Okay, let's get everything set up properly. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear the music? Do both sound like they are at acceptable levels? Please do let me know while I get the final pieces moved into place. Hello everybody, hope you all are doing well today. On this very fine New Year's Eve. Hear me well, not the music? Okay, let me turn it up a little bit more. It's a bit of a quieter theme. Sounds a bit quiet. Okay, how about now? Okay, I think that should be better. If not, we can mess with it more in the future. I got a weird episode today. I mean that in a good way, but there's just been some types of submissions that I've never really seen before, and I'm interested to see how they shape up. GameH Disney said, I wanted to ask this for a while. What's your thoughts on Wapeach? That's a good question. That was we got to see the, like, scrapped concept images, right? I feel like I'd want her to look... I don't want to say uglier, because that's mean. She looks too much just like Peach in a different costume, you know? For what I'd expect of, like, a Wario-ified version of Peach. Like what Wario is to Mario, Waluigi is to Luigi. I want more from it. Doesn't feel like it goes far enough. Still a fun character design, though. Like, when you see people animate with it, you start to get the appeal. Like, who's the one that did the... I think Pringus McDingus has that little, like, goblinified? Is that how you'd say that? Version of her? I like that. That gets me something. That's appealing to me. Yeah. EC knows what I'm talking about. Looks too innocent. Agreed. Still neat that we got to see it, though. I wish Nintendo did stuff like that more often. Just showing off various things that they've had ideas for but scrapped. It's just fun to see. Needs to look meaner? Agreed. How would Wario look? Wouldn't that just cancel itself out and revert back to Mario? If I were to have one villain from Sonic and Smash Brothers that wasn't Eggman or Metal Sonic... Oh! That wasn't. I feel like you could do a lot of fun stuff with Chaos. Just amorphism in general. There's just so much creative freedom to be had there. Past that, I'm not really familiar enough with Sonic to say one way or the other. Those two robot sidekicks of Eggman could be some kind of stupid joke character, maybe. Yeah, Chaos is probably the most obvious answer there. Okay, it's past 1 p.m. Let's get this stuff started. Alright, we have a couple of newcomers this time around. Always lovely to see. First off, from Cola, we have something called PanelPoppers. And I'm just noticing now that the chat box is not functioning properly. That is unfortunate. Just sometimes it does that. One second. Properties. I just reboot you? Well. Man, I might just redo the overlay so that the chat box isn't there. Like, it doesn't really add much when you can just have the live chat open on the side of the screen. Oh well. Might just be an episode with a blank purple box on the right. I'm sorry about that. Anywho. If you are reading this, then welcome. This is me pitching a fan game. I am making a platform fighter about anime and manga. Okay. This new alternate reality where Smash wasn't made, but years later Sakurai got permission to make a platform fighter with a bunch of anime writers to see how a legacy with this concept would start. Now, you may be wondering, why anime, why now? Well, to properly represent something like cartoons or movies, you need to work with a bunch of major companies near monopoly levels of American corporate meddling. Heck, even comics require Warner Brothers and Disney to get a decent start. Now, anime and manga, however, could realistically happen due to how easy cooperations have been done before, but not to a wide scale. Also, a pipe dream this could have a vague chance of happening with the companies. Well, I mean, didn't Jump Force already exist? Like, this... Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if something like this just happens in the next 5 years. With all the companies throwing their hats into the ring, like, something like this is probably being worked on right now. Now, I do actually plan on making this a fan game. It's the first game I'm making. I will still propose this concept to gauge interest and feedback. The proposal is a 16-character roster discussing how each character would play and why they are here to see if this holds in here. You know what? Props on you for choosing a smaller number. Like, that's actually realistic. That's doable. So many either new game rosters or, like, Reboot Smash rosters or what have you always go for like 30, 40, 50 character rosters, and that just isn't feasible for like a new game. Like, there's a reason that Rivals of Aether 2 had such a small roster, why Guilty Gear Strive started with a small roster. Like, that's the price of novelty, of creating something new, of change. Can't do that with very many characters. Guidelines. Now, before we get to the actual roster, I feel it's important to explain my thought process for my roster decisions, and while the small size will mean icons will sadly not be present, but I hope how I went about will help alleviate those concerns. Roster is all anime originated... Wow, English. Originated in anime, obviously. Due to small size, limited myself to 1 rep per series. Good to know. This is meant as an alternate universe, so the first Smash is such that the roster 16 is plus the initial... Oh, so this is like... I see. So this is a proposal of a... Okay, what if Smash was anime when it started? So we're removing Smash 64 from the timeline and inserting just anime. Okay. Goal of this is to get as many genres as possible. This is not going to be just Shonen Jump and Friends. Shonen Jump have their own games. Shonen and Magical Girl are the only big ones, enough to make more than one per game, while Shonen still has 4. It will still make sense as we go along. How old doesn't matter, just that they're important to anime and manga. The fighters need to represent the anime or manga they are from well, for a good way to show where they'll come from. Fighters all need to have enough material to have a stage and 2 songs, and some picks were picked due to how much easier it would be to make for them to work for the genre over others. It feels like every 5th word is missing. Sorry if my narration is a bit scuffed. Hold on one second. I love the Smash 64 character select screen, but it is just a 12-second loop over and over and over again. There we go. That's better. Before explaining the characters, I'm going to dedicate a page for the mechanics of the game. Just general gameplay in terms of movesets and comparisons so that we know all of the moves that would be possible at this time. Now, in terms of standard attacks, the complete moveset will actually be as big as games post-64, despite this being a 64 alternate universe, just to have more complete abilities for the cast. This means that there is, of course, a jab, 3 tilts, 4 specials, 3 smash attacks, and 5 aerials. Now, I'm not going into depth about the movesets per character, explaining all the moves for all 16 characters, more so going into the goal of the moveset is going to be. We'll go over the 4 specials per character. I feel like that's a nice way to present a like full-on, like full-game roster kind of deal. Because for the general consumer, that's really the only thing that matters. You gotta have those one-button wonder characters that you can just give somebody new to the games or the genre Byleth, and they'll do fine. Now, I will note I have an idea about how to add some depth for something releasing in the modern day. You have a shield that can break and dodges like normal. Rather than having characters that have counters take up a down B slot, you can do shield and attack to counter as any character, and each would get their own counter move. That's fun! I like that. Nice little way of both adding something new while removing the redundancy of that kind of move on the characters. One last change is that this is very anime in nature, and such will be great for stocks. The last stocks for the last 30 seconds, the characters gain a super via what is known as a last resort, tactless special. Still turn on a meter or smash ball equivalent to do it more than once, but this is how to do the super one chance when your back is up against the wall. Can't be turned off, so it will be balanced accordingly. I do wish more platform fighters were designed around having special moves, just because it gets so much more out of character designs, you know? Like, imagine a Smash Brothers where every character had, like, the traditional 3-level super moves kind of deal. You'd be able to show off so much more personality and just different cool stuff the characters have done. You don't have to worry about Mario only having the invincibility star or only having, like, the Mega Mushroom, because now we can have both. Just lets you do more. Like, I respect the attempt with Final Smashes, but they're just kind of an inferior version of the better mechanic. Oh, surprise, surprise! Who could have guessed? Most obvious pick for the entire game, the anime man, one so iconic everyone knows him. He is the anime Mario, and an all-star game needs to have him. Due to how often Goku's appear, this means you have way too much material to pull from. Everyone has done a Goku moveset, easy ways to pack in references, dive kick down there, instant transmission dodge, force blast, and the Ginyu fight, etc. So how would this Goku be different, Alright, one of the two tutorial characters, so a very easy character to play as. However, Glass Cannon, rather than an all-rounder, is huge damage, but just like the show, it is easy for an attack to launch him. Which B is the Ki Blast Kamehama, tap it to fire the Ki Blast, hold the button to charge the iconic wave. Side B is Dragon Combination. Dash forward followed by a series of punches and kicks, kind of like that. Is it the Mii Brawler that has something like that? No. It's the Goku stuff. Everybody knows the Goku stuff. Down B is the Ki Charge. Gives you an aura if you charge it for long enough. Makes your next special move stronger. Press this special again, you get the Kaioken, increase all your attacks for 30 seconds, but you take 30% more damage. Up B is Flight. You can fly in any direction you want for a short period of time, can be cancelled with any attack, and turned back on with Up B, but your flight time won't reset until you touch the ground. And his last resort, of course, is the Spirit Bomb. Heads into the background and charges the Spirit Bomb, you aim the reticle, then toss it at your foes. That's a fun little distinguisher. I wish more Final Smashes did that kind of like, okay, get into the background and just smash the people on the stage with their abilities. Also, I have completely forgotten to share the document. Sorry about that. I will fix that right now. There you all go. And of course, number 2, Naruto. Okay. Now here comes the major thing I want to share about him. Nobody gets him right. Okay, we got some drama here. The whole point of his character is that he isn't like a typical ninja. That's his whole thing. He does not play like how a ninja plays in fighting games. Naruto just dumps all his energy to make sure that he kills the opponent. So this is going to lead to an aggressive zoner playstyle. How so, you may ask? Well, that's simple. Shadow clones. I want Naruto to summon shadow clones to do the rush down for him. Make him bombard you with constant clones, however they all die in one hit. The balance would of course rely on how many clones you can have at once and how long before summoning another clone. More Final Smashes need to not be cinematic? Absolutely. Like, I understand the design decision with Ultimate, making them super snappy to get to the gameplay quicker. But like, the transformations were so cool! It just kind of neutered the variety. Not fond of it. Not fond of that decision. Neutral B, summon Shadow Clone. If you tap the button, you summon one and they stand still. A still clone will attack if someone is near. If you hold the button, you take control of the clone. Side B, clone control. You now control the Naruto that is closest to your left or right, depending on which Naruto is closest to the one you're controlling. Down B is Rasen. I apologize in advance. I'm going to mispronounce all of these. Just never watched any of these shows. Projectile that gets stronger the more shadow clones are near you. More clones stabilizing the projectile gives it more distance as well as damage. Up B is Shadow Boost. You gain a small jump with any shadow clone you don't have on the field. You do gain the shadow clone back when it dies from the blast zone. This does not put you into a special fall unless you do it with no clones. And last resort is the Wrath of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Summon the beast inside of Naruto. Naruto transforms now on all four, attacking like a wild animal. I think this is referring to the shadow clones. Again, it feels like every fifth word is missing. Luffy! The final obvious inclusion. This character is known for being one thing. Being made of rubber, so he can stretch himself as far as he possibly can to punch his foes. This means we finally get to see the more fun form of Zoner, a Zoner using big melee moves instead of projectiles. Luffy is not the brightest, so another simple character with long, stretchy limbs is a major fighting game archetype that platform fighters haven't really done. Even Min Min isn't like that because you can't hit her arms. Luffy can, so it's about a strange, long-range playstyle. Neutral B is Gum Gum no Rocket. The main punch with the longest range for Luffy. You press the button to charge it, then press it again to release, store it with attack, or fire with special again. Side B is Gum Gum no Rifle. Stretch back with the spinning fist punch. You can angle a short-range get-off-me tool as this punch uses the stretch to increase the power with the spiral. Down B is Gear Up. You can increase his gear up, so you can do multiple levels of gear for increased damage, but it's a limited time. You can see the amount of time left and how much cooldown and level of gear above the character percent. B is the Bazooka one. Grabs into the air and launches himself in the direction you aim, attacking with an open palm strike. And last resort is Attack of the Straw Hats. Every single current member of the Straw Hats all attack the foe, with Luffy ending with the Gear 5 punch. Dio, of course. Credit to Jolin for coming up with him as the JoJo rep in specials. I want to have one shonen besides the big three, so I went with the anime so iconic it is memed to death even in the modern day. Now, Dio is here instead of the protagonist, and you may wonder why. Well, JoJo changes the protagonist every part. Picking one of them would not be a good way to represent the franchise. Dio, however, is the main villain for more than half the show, so we got a character in half the show. Still iconic enough to rep the series, a way to get a bad guy here, which isn't the case normally. Everyone wins with this choice. This will be a menacing evil villain, wanting to make you suffer using a combination of vampire powers of Part 1 and stand powers from Part 3 onwards. Neutral B is Knives. Hold the button to get more knives charged up, and either start with an attack or fire the special... Okay, so it's Chic Knives. Alright. Side B is Moisture Remover. Cover your hands in ice to attack. If you hit someone with the attack, they are frozen for a short time. Up B is Stand Jump. Dio uses the stand to move in any direction. It has no hitbox, but it's so fast it shouldn't matter. Almost like he stopped time for it. Down B is Space Ripper Stingy. This move does nothing unless you are at full charge. The charge happens slowly over time, but once fully charged, you will hear a laugh. Once down special is pressed, the laser deals incredible damage, breaks guard, and kills very early. And last result, of course, is the Zawarudo Road Rolada. Time stops for 10 seconds. Dio can attack anyone, but they don't take knockback. If you deal enough damage, you will crush someone with a steamroller and begin to rapidly punch it, screaming Moda, Moda, Moda. Might want to make it so it's not 10 seconds, because, like, the home run contest is 10 seconds. You can rack up so much damage in 10 seconds, especially if the thing you're hitting isn't moving. Here's something to keep in mind. Usagi, Sailor Moon. The iconic magical girl, Sailor Moon. Magical girl is a major important genre needing representation, so the most iconic character is, of course, Sailor Moon. Like Goku, she is so iconic, people are going to pick her first. So another easy-to-play tutorial character. Another character that the game is designed... You know what? It makes sense that Sailor Moon would be to Smash Brothers what Kirby is to Smash Brothers, whereas Goku is the Mario. That's hilarious. She has a lot of magical kicks. She even has the kicks, too! For her standard moves and some iconic spells she will have for her specials. Neutral B, Tiara. You toss your tiara in any direction to hit your foe, it will teleport back to your hand after. Side B, Disguise Pen. She disguises herself as a certain space pilot and performs a Shine Reflect. Down B is the Supersonic Wave. She begins to cry, causing loud waves of sound to attack the opponents. Does more damage if Sailor Moon has more damage. I wish the game had more things like this. Like, you have Lucario, but Lucario's bad. I don't know. Up B's Moon, Gorgeous Meditation. Shoot a projectile downwards in the air to gain a boost upwards. You can angle it, but only slightly. On the ground, it fires forward, but can still be angled. Shanti says chat isn't showing up on stream. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the issue with it is. I think in the future, I'm just going to get rid of that square over there. It doesn't really add much, because you can just have the replay on the side while you're watching. And it takes up too much space. Last resort, Princess Serenity. Awaken your past life and use the power to blast the enemy with a powerful spell. Sakura, I have never heard of this character before. The rep for the more casual magical girl, also Sailor Moon's main magical girl rival in the 90s. I would argue Sakura is now more successful as she still has new content which Usagi can't say. English is hard, especially when I'm trying to say Japanese names. Also a way to represent Studio Clamp and the connected Clamp universe. It's a very fun name for a studio. Funnily enough, the youngest character is also one of the fellow God Killer level characters here, and that's funny to me. Sakura has a variety of cards that allow her to be a crazy threat. The dash card and jump card give her the best mobility in the game, the fiery, watery, and earthy as the smash attacks, and the windy being her grab. Her grabs are as strong as smash attacks. Jabs and tilts are other cards, like the wood and glow as well. She's very floating, can recover very easily like a magical girl. But you're also the lightest character in the game because of that. Neutral B, return to your true form. A command grab. And you grab a foe, you take their essence and convert and trap it in a Clow card? Is that Clow? No. Is it supposed to be Clown or is it just Clow? Sakura now wears an outfit of the opponent and copies the neutral B of the character. Taunt drop. Oh, so this... No, this is the Kirby. Okay. Side B is the Petal. Fires a projectile attack firing a leaf petal. Down B is Mirror. Reflects projectiles. Alright. Always fun when you have both a projectile and a reflector. You can just do funny things with that. Up B is Fly. Another fly move, because you just have a lot of that in anime, of course. And last result is the final Twilight attack. With the help of Kiro and you summon the light and the dark and attack with both elements at the enemy. I really hope at the bottom of this document is just Aang, because that would be really, really funny to see the reaction to that. We're never going to escape that kind of controversy. I have no idea who this is either. Yuko is the name, though. The Slice of Life rep. This type of anime is way too common not to be here, but you may ask why her. Nichijou is just crazy and comedic enough to work as the goofy joke character with the actual moveset potential. She's a heavyweight? Okay, sure. Who can take a beating just like the show, who has brought a lot of silly references, making her a heavyweight pseudo-zoner, because like the show, she can take a beating from life itself, ruining her fun. Neutral B, Flaming Tiger Dunk. Toss down a stone pumpkin. It counts as a heavy item when placed, and only one per Yuko can be placed at a time, doing Neutral B again. Command grabs the foe to dunk them instead. So this is... Wait a minute, is this... You're just giving it, like... Zangi's flying grab. That's... I love it. Yuko's weapon attack break on the stone pumpkin acting as projectile. Side B, Fishing Rod. Grab people with a fishing rod and toss them up, down, or forward. It can also be used to grab a ledge. Down B is Pen Laser. Accidentally stabs herself with a pen, dealing 10% damage to herself, but firing off a huge laser from her screen of pain. Up B is Nano Helicopter. Grabs some other character. Acts as a propeller to lift Yuko up to reach the ledge. And last resort is Principal versus Deer. Deer rushes in only for the Principal to catch the deer and suplex it into the opponent. That's just 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 super right there. Love it. Beautiful. Oh hey, I know this one. Lupin's cool. The Goofy Trickster is added on as the action comedy rep. One who has been here for your cash rather than your life will be neat. Every fighting game needs a fun, goofy pick here, so... the last one wasn't the fun, goofy pick here? Relax of having them here. Lupin is just goofy enough to have his personality shine through. Lupin is a trickster. Being a thief, he's all about punishing the opponent for doing an option, laying right where Lupin wants them. Hold on one second. Like, again, I love the menu themes of these games, but they're not very long. So we're just gonna keep moving through... There we go. Just need some variety. Variety is the spice of life, you know? He will have a gimmick. He does more damage the more cash he steals. Every hit he specifically does causes money to fly out for Lupin to collect to increase damage. For his neutral special, he fires a gun. Fire the pistol to attack with a very fast projectile. Straightforward. Side B is Getaway Car. Summon a car to run the enemy over. Jump out of the car at any time. The car will vanish. Be careful of attacks from above when using this. Down B is Pickpocket. Takes the character's wallet. Steals some cash. It'd be hilarious if this didn't work on some characters, because so many anime protagonists have being broke as part of their personality. Up B is Grapple Hook. Like all thieves, you get a grapple hook to launch into the ledge and keep yourself safe. And last resort is Getaway Chase. The cops come after him as he runs off to get away. The cops accidentally attacking and firing at others. Got... whoever this goober is. Oh, no, Gurrenlock. I know what that is. Never watched it, but I know what it is. Simon, the Mecha Rep. Mecha anime is a huge part of anime with giant robots fighting and needs some representation. However, giant robots will be way too huge and cumbersome to make work. Bigger than the Iron Giant in Multiverse is big. So that's where we're going with Simon, being someone who in the lore can attack with all the abilities the mech can on his own with his own drill. The drill makes him a rushdown fighter, attacking with it as the main weapon, no projectiles at all. Neutral B is Drill Spear. Attach the drill to a spear for a long-ranged poke, perfect for edge guarding. Side B is Jump Drill. Use your drill to have a huge long jump to go over projectiles and slam the drill into your foe. Down B is Digger Drill. Dig underground and pop out to attack. You in the air, you drill straight down till you reach land or the blast zone. And then pop back up to attack. I'm surprised Smash never did a burrowing kind of character. Wasn't that how Knuckles worked in Project M? I guess a nice, interesting way of having ability. Why isn't that a thing yet? Up B is Piercing the Heavens. As the name suggests, you're drilling upwards for a very high, straight-up recovery. And the last resort, the Grand Spiral. After the initial hit, the mech comes out and begins a cutscene super of the Grand Spiral, attacking the foe with the power of all of existence against the foe, just like the final episode. And we got Spike. Hey, another one I actually know. Cult Classic in the Americas, a good rep for general sci-fi for the roster with a chill personality and suave nature, being a bounty hunter. His whole gimmick will be how he fights like water. Best dodges in the game, but a lightweight, easy to knock out. He also gets a gun. Huzzah. What's better than one neutral special? You wielding a gun? Two, of course. Side B is Pressure Point, a very short-range neck tap, causing the foe to be stunned. Down B is Faint Jump. Got a Zero Suit Samus kind of down B. Alright. Up B is Dodging Rise. A dodging jump, no hitbox, but you're completely invincible for the duration. And last result, Dort is Found Bounty. Spike takes one of his ships and begins to fire the guns from the spaceship at the foe. Guts. We need a rep of mature media, and we also have a surprising lack of anime swords. When picking iconic anime swordsmen, I had two options, Guts or Kirito, and finally decided on Guts for one major reason: the roster needs heavyweights. Guts is the absolute heaviest character in the game, and with his huge sword, he'll be hard to hit. He'll hit hard, rather. Not much to explain big boy damage. His armor in the show gives him the ability to keep fighting no matter the injury, so this makes him more and more frantic as he takes hits while not directly a comeback mechanic, as it makes them even slower and end lag. More damage means oh gosh, commas are your friend, man. Means he attacks more like he's almost going berserk. Neutral B, Cannon Arm. Fire off the cannon, which is a heavy, slow projectile. Side B is the repeater crossbow. Fire multiple shots at once as the enemy. This is the only thing in this kit that does less than 10% per hit. Down B is miniature bombs. Some bombs are spread out that will blow up on their own after 30 seconds, or if you pick one up and throw it. This feels hilariously broken. Am I wrong? Having a huge heavyweight character with a sword with multiple projectiles? That feels like just the best of every world. Up B, Dragon Slayer Crescent. Moves upwards with a huge crescent slice to get back to stage and cover your way back up. Last resort, Dragon Slayer Berserk Combo. Unleash a powerful combo of blows on your opponents as you are finally going berserk. That is an interesting hairstyle, my friend. Whoever Ippo is. Now here comes this one that you may question, why this one? Well, sports is so huge, it needs representation, but sports are not very acclimated for combat. But boxing is a sport, so time for a boxing character. Now, Ippo will be unique. Is it Ippo or Ippo? You know what Guyver's specials? His attack button is his non-dominant hand, while his special button is an armored attack using the dominant hand, which can... Oh, so it's Min-Min gimmick. With each button controlling the various hands. You know, that sounds a lot more fun, honestly. Like, imagine a Little Mac with that kind of gimmick, just actually trying to chain boxing moves together. That could be really cool, actually. This is a pure representation of the sport. You can attack in the air, just due to the nature of it. But your attacks do nothing to block, and if you grab them, you can't throw them. Unlike every other character, they will eventually just get out. With specials covered, time for Last Resort. Last resort is KO uppercuts. They are taken to a boxing ring. Ippo lands a clean blow, and the counter is knocked down, and the ref begins counting. If the client is under 100%, they get up at 9, but if they are at 100% or more, they're knocked out, and they lose a stock when it hits 10. We got the Kill la Kill girl, Ryuko, right? Ecchi is sadly a genre that exists in abundance, all about boobs, and yeah, I don't want to rep this genre, but then I remember. Kill la Kill is a good anime in of itself, regardless of the nudity, so for that, that T for the 4 really messed me up. The rep Studio Trigger alongside Simon. Ryoko's gimmick, while still using his sword, is all about self-damage. Her Kamui is the outfit she wears that feeds off Ryoko's blood. She will take damage to use some attacks, making her a glass damage just due to that alone. Neutral B, Blood Drive. Ryuko pulls on her wrist and her clothes skimpify? How would you say that? I like skimpify. I feel like that should be a verb. Or would that be an adverb? I don't know. I haven't taken grammar in years. There will be some censorship with it because both her and Sakura aren't old enough to be... Of course she's not old enough. Of course not. Ugh, Japan. This can't be turned off, and 1% is taken every damage, but you do... 1% is taken every second, but you do times 2 damage. You can do this up to 3 times to deal 8 times damage for 3% a second. Only resets with a stock loss, so be careful. Okay, but that's actually a really, really fun gimmick to have. Just essentially completely throwing away your stock for the chance to be able to take 2 or 3. That's hilarious. I love that. Side B, Scissor Blade combo. Deal a 4-hit combo with the Scissor Blade to hit the button. Tondo each hit of the combo. Down B is Scissor Blade Tennis. Use it like a tennis racket to reflect projectiles back at the enemies with the swing. Up B is Kamui Flight. Takes some blood and allows her to fly straight up, but the more it's used, the more damage she takes. For not having... So you can keep using this, but it keeps damaging. Like, again, that's actually a really fun gimmick. I actually kind of love this. And last resort is Decapitation mode. Glows Gordon? Glows golden? What is glowing golden? And extends the Scissor Blade to land a powerful strike, sending it flying. We got this goober. His name is Subaru. Like the car. Sure. The Isekai rep we need. Someone from Isekais, as they are everywhere in anime. One of the first of his kind, and was chosen amongst the others for the unique choice of weapons. He wields a whip. Power Zone should be unique among all these characters from among the 4 options. His 4 specials will be the 4 elements with more original creative liberties. Neutral B shoots out a fireball for standard damage. Side B shoots out a blast of water at the opponent that pushes them away but doesn't do damage. I wish there was more just pushing stuff in general in platform fighters. It's a really funny gimmick. Down B is Earth. Use the Earth to slam the Earth, burying people if they are hit. I guess it could technically also be burrowing them. Cannot be used in the air. Up B is Wind. Rises up in a tornado, surrounding you, attacking the enemies as you fly up. Last resort is Witch Revival. Does not activate this at all, unlike everyone else. Instead, if he dies and is out of stocks, the last resort is used to revive Subaru with 1 more stock, but at 300% as a balance. That's hilarious. That's actually absolutely hilarious. I love that. And then whoever Ranma is. The gender-bending rep in the first ever to the concept, but how it's handled in lore and how this protagonist is actually a martial artist. This is a grounded comedy, so this will be used as a way to represent real-life martial arts, but there's still a major gimmick that will be explained when we get to the specials. Alright, so everything's based on real life. Neutral B, Chestnut Punch. Very slow and powerful punch, just like in the slowest and most powerful attack in the entire game. Okay, it's Falcon Punch, okay. Side B is Judo Throw. A command grab specifically to toss people onto the ground, leaving them prone. Down B is getting what? Some random thing that causes Ranma to swap bodies between the men. What? Okay, back up. So is this a show where there's like gremlin rules, but instead of turning into crazy monsters, you just what the hell? Don't get them wet after midnight. Sure. Fascinating. They both have the same moveset, but the male is faster due to having concentration. Female Ranma does more damage to being more mad, but this has happened. This leaves her more open. This is a real thing. Okay. That threw me for a loop. Axe kick. Kick upwards to reach the ledge if you want. You can press the button again. Dive kick downwards, but be careful if you do that. You need to grab the ledge or land on stage at I'm going to assume that's an as it can't be cancelled. Last resort, Rivals attack. Ranma begins to punch the phone. When this happens, the whole cast of Rivals begins to rush in, all doing their own attacks, trying to hit Ranma before Ranma launches them and the foe away. And Astro Boy. Remember when I said there was a character that was the reason the whole age not mattering as to when they were picked? Well, here's the reason why Astro Pick was picked as the final spot for the simple reason of multiple sources telling me he was the very first anime show. Everything before was just singular movies, so he is the one that is responsible for anime just existing. Really? I did not know that. In terms of playstyle, I want Astro Boy to have attacks with less attack frames than other characters, to exactly reference the older anime style, but still smoother than something like Mr. Game & Watch. To be an all-rounder, as the only other one right now is just Sailor Moon. Perhaps giving him some properties to make him feel like he... Like he what? Like he what? Like he what? I must know! Neutral B, Arm Cannon. Fire a blast of your arm cannon to attack with a main projectile. Side B is Finger Lasers. Fire lasers from your fingers as a small beam attack. You can aim in any direction as well to have a beam instead. Down B is Machine Gun Butt. Right, that is a thing that exists. Bullets fire from his butt behind him, and it fires straight down for very short range when off the ground, but when the air are off ledge, it is... English. It fires down diagonally, I think, is what that's trying to say. Up B is Rocket Feet Flight. Fly in any direction you want for a short amount of time. Lots of flying in any directions for this. Would make it for a very fascinating aerial-focused combat game, which honestly makes sense for an anime game. cancels with any attack and turns back on with up B, but your flight time won't reset until you touch the ground. Last resort is Astro Flight Rush. Astro Boy begins to fly and dash all the way around the stage, constantly tackling enemies over and over again to hit the opponent. Conclusion, that is it. That is my 16 character list concept for the eventual fan game, where I am only covering the basics. More can be gone through that hasn't been planned yet, such as each character stage and what themes from each show are used, but I do have ideas like the World Tournament Arena for Dragon Ball and the Dream Tower for Card Captor? Sakura. I hope this is a great compromise of many genres and subgenres, characters of many playstyles, and characters with a range of icons and obscurity to show just as much about what anime and manga has to offer as a form of media. But I hope I made my case well enough for this to be a good start for my fan game, but hey, any sort of criticism is greatly appreciated, and how to improve the concept before I actually get coding would be greatly appreciated. Any ideas for this will be greatly appreciated as well. Thank you so much for reading. Nice, simple little roster concept. These are always fun for the, I call it a similar fun as tier lists have. Just seeing how people prioritize various things contained within a subject, and seeing what they choose and what they don't. And I think this is a perfectly serviceable, like, first step start for, like, an anime platform fighter. I suppose since I asked for criticisms, there are a lot of up specials that's just okay if they can fly for a bit. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it would be nice to see that performed in different ways. Just having different rules. Like how Incineroar is the best counter just because it works completely different than any other counter. Also, not necessarily a bad thing, but I did notice a lot of mirrors to Smash Brothers moves, which it's kind of impossible not to have that. But maybe consider, like, spinning them off in various different directions, like instead of a Falcon Punch, make it a series of blows or something like that. I don't know. Regardless, seems fun. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might unironically main the, where is she? The Kill la Kill character, just because this gimmick right here, that sounds hilarious. Just that kind of, okay, I'm going to damage myself but then destroy you. That is phenomenal. Okay. Well done, Cola. Next up... Our second newcomer to the series, from Awesome Possum, Reimagining Plants vs. Zombies 3. The original Plants vs. Zombies released in 2009 and to this day is one of the most beloved tower defense games out there. Mainly known for its strategic and engaging gameplay, it was so popular it got a sequel in 2013, which not as many people liked, but was still generally well received. However, when the next tower defense game in the series, Plants vs. Zombies 3, had its soft launch in 2020, it wasn't met with the same amount of praise. It was critically panned for the shifting gameplay, art style, and other confusing changes such as the switch to portrait view. The backlash was so heavy the game was taken down, and PopCap decided to completely remake it, which made some people, myself included, optimistic. But sadly, when the beta came out, it was again disliked by the fans, and for the second time, PvZ3 was taken down. Well, so now what? Well, since recently the PvZ community has pretty much decided, screw it, we'll do it ourselves with a lot of things, I've decided to throw my head into the ring and share ideas for a reimagining of PvZ3 that makes it a true successor to PvZ2. I cannot read that as anything but Protoss vs. Zerg. Introducing Plants vs. Zombies 3, Tales from the Garden. So a bit of backstory. Originally, this game was called Plants vs. Zombies 3 World Tour, and would be about traveling the globe to different countries and continents. Until one day I was scrolling through the comments of a PVZ3 criticism video, and I saw one comment that would change everything. From Hebert the Frog. I kind of think they should just start from scratch again. PV2 in China just released a world based on a fairy tale. That right there, a PVZ game where each world is based off of fairy tales or books would be amazing. Just feels like a next step. But let's be real, it's probably not going to happen. This is neat. However, the idea of a Plants vs. Zombies 3, where you go around the world and you get, like, different plants based on the areas of the world you travel to, that sounds amazing as well. Oh, thank you, Dylan. I forgot the link again. Boop. And a boop. There we go. Suddenly, my mind was flooded with ideas, and the concept grew on me so much I scrapped the Around the World gimmick entirely and replaced it with this. Plants vs. Zombies 3 Tales from the Garden is about you being sucked into a book and fighting new zombies based on different fairy tales and types of books. So one would be set in a random fairy tale, while another can take place in a mystery novel, a science textbook, a comic, or a Christmas story, giving the game a very unique and diverse identity while upping the ante from PVZ2. This doc will be split into sections going over each major part of this reimagining, and credit goes to Discord users Sprocket, Vandergraaf, and Capsid for giving me ideas for this. So with that out of the way, let's get started. Lukac, all caps does not make the chat message more likely to be read. I am aware the chat is dead. We've covered this several times. I don't know how to fix it. I'm probably just going to remove it moving forward. It's just because YouTube is such a well-designed platform. Definitely operating at the optimal settings it can. General game information. Tales from the Garden aims to fix the issues based on a base that PVZ3 had. Below are a few examples. There's no longer a life system, and you can lose as many times as you want. Plants that are previously relegated to power-ups, such as Cherry Bomb or Jalapeno, are playable. Levels are longer, harder, and slower overall. They're basically specifically on par with PVZ1's pacing. I feel like that was like the biggest issue. That right there. PVZ, like at least the first one, is such a nice relaxing game. It's fine to speed it up as like a side mode, but making that the baseline is just dumb. The Sun meta has reverted back to how it was in the first game, being in increments of 25. You may choose your seed bank before the level, except in Lock and Loaded. You start with 5 seeds less and gradually unlock more. Taco tickets don't exist anymore, and you view story cutscenes simply by completing levels. You can replay levels in adventure mode. You have 5 normal lawnmowers now instead of 1. The art style is entirely 2D. Outside the book, the graphics are just an updated version of PVZ2's, and they're storybook based. And the zombie eating animation has been redone to make it look like they're actually eating the plant and not just slapping it. And you can choose how hard levels are using difficulty selectors. Easy, normal, hard, and crazy! Lovely. New features. Besides fixing the pointless changes PVZ3 made, Tales from the Garden has some innovation of its own, giving a fresh take on the PVZ formula. For once, the zombies have done something smart, attacking you from both your front and backyard, meaning you have to alternate between them using a button to change which part of the house you're spectating and manage your lawns, adding a new layer of divided attention to the format. That is cool. I like this. That's a great way of doing a PVZ sequel that really fleshes out the formula further. Just manage multiple boards. I like that. Also opens up design for plants, because you can have plants that can affect both boards. There's a gauge that acts as a summary of how the other lawn is doing, with the meter filling up the farther the zombies are onto the lawn and changing color the closer they get. something you're expected to pay attention to. This feature is also present in bosses and ultimate bosses, with bosses being able to summon a horde of zombies and switch lawns. Many more skills required for them to just mindlessly spamming whatever's on a conveyor belt. Also opens up boss designs. You can have, like, since this is a storybook theme, you could have, like, a zombie hydra with 2 heads coming from each direction. At the start of every level, you're required to pick out a hero plant. Unlike normal plants, only one can be chosen and they aren't placed on the lawn. Instead, working similarly to the Grapes of Wrath in vanilla PvZ3. You have different types of hero plants besides Grapes of Wrath, each with their own special ability they unleash whenever the meter is full. You can manually activate the attack instead of it being automatic. Your starting hero is the Grapes of Wrath, and you unlock more throughout adventure mode. Man, Plants vs. Zombie music is just a nice vibe. Like, you don't think about it when thinking about good video game soundtracks, but, like, it's just really solid. Like, I feel my brain working better right now just listening to the music. Returning features Plant Food. Plant Food works best as an instant, short-term burst of power that helps the player deal with high-priority targets, resolve tricky situations, and maybe help in a desperate moment. Players who are good at the game will naturally hoard these until necessary, as they don't fall into dangerous positions as often. That means if the level contains 3 to 5 plus of them, they will use them non-optimally to not have the extra ones not disappear. Use them to make a final wave a joke, or just flat out not use them at all. Making plant food scarce, and as such much more valuable, would make the player feel more at edge, as the safety net they represent is no longer as easily maintained. Despite this, I think the biggest issue with plant food in PvZ2 is the level design as a whole. Faster and easier levels and overpowered plants make plant food just another pile of power given to the player who's already at a serious advantage. Both these would be changed, but how the plant food system would be implemented into this game is in either one or multiple of these options. Heavily limit how much the player gets. The amount should be tweaked and experimented with at each difficulty range or specific level to not trivialize the difficulty or put the zombies at an unfair advantage over the player, due to them having to rely on plant food to fight back. This means plants like Power Lily must be heavily reworked or given a significant disadvantage to make them a more meaningful choice if picked instead of a slot filler that just gives power with no drawback. Make a plant food as a system that can be played around as a strategy. This is where Power Lily, Tile Turnip, and plants with particularly strong plant food effects, like Shadow Shroom, come into play. This, however, must be a taxing strategy, a fun, high-risk, high-reward option that can work optimally if and only if focused on. Have a specific non-common zombie always drop it, giving the player an option to sacrifice resources that could help on other ways to funnel power into one plant, or having levels with a determined and limited amount of plant food that the player gets at the very beginning that helps them easily gauge and take into account their options to optimally use them, or just make it a little bit weaker. Even if long-term effects get much more value in longer levels and in the correct strategies, plant food's effects are much easier, risk-free, and instant. That means it must not be the best option the players are given at any point, just one of many at their disposal. You know something else you could do with this that would actually just fix the issue in general? Just reward not using them. A lot of different games will do something like that, where the sort of the handicap ability will penalize you on the game over screen, like how arcade game screen clears will give you more points at the end of the level if you don't actually use them. Just makes it so you get more money afterwards, or whatever the currency is in Plants vs. Zombies. I can't remember. But like for everyone not used, you can now use that elsewhere in like the actual main game economy. Would be neat. We also have Talk Abilities. Talk Abilities were a mechanic introduced in PvZ3's soft launch, but are nowhere to be seen in the beta. Oh, this song, yes! Just that little walking piano, I love it so much. They are permanent effects on a single plant that impact its power as long as it remains in play. The potential value ceiling is much higher, but the floor is also much lower. This means the decision is much more meaningful, yet not as immediately noticeable as with the plant food. Most, if not all, the things I mentioned about plant food apply to taco abilities. So, as to not repeat myself, I'll just point out the specific distinctions. They should be given or obtained much earlier to actually be usable. There's two ways of balancing it. Either give much more of it, and make its power increase less significant to incentivize the use of tacos on non-attacking plants, or you can give a small amount and make the effect much stronger as to reward the player that plays around with said plant. Again, the value gained from different archetypes must be balanced as to not have a clear-cut answer as to what plant to give it to. Similarly, the effect should be stronger with weaker plants to avoid stronger late-game plants being the only choice for tacos. But not too strong, so they fall off on long levels, which ties to the sun meta, secondary and temporary attackers, the duration of early game, etc. Tacos are no longer given in taco time and are instead collected through defeating taco imps. These little guys are hard to kill and act like Yeti zombies, making them a fleeting high priority target that doesn't necessarily punish you if missed. One more thing about taco abilities I want to touch on is the effect themselves. To me, they should always help the plant serve its intended role. Take Cabbage Pult, for example. Its purpose is to be a damage dealer. So instead of the taco ability being a chill effect, it'd be a damage buff. This is true for all taco abilities in the game, now giving upgrades to help plants fulfill their function instead of weird side effects. As a fun bonus, taco abilities can still give plants visual upgrades on top of normal ones. That's always fun. I love it when games have it's a small thing, but just having visual upgrades to show your progression it just feels good, you know? Some are even references to previous plants, such as the pea shooter being the repeater, sunflower becoming twin sunflower, spikeweed becoming the spike rock, and snow pea becoming ice queen pea from the social Facebook game Plants vs. Zombies Adventures. Levels. Each world in this game is a chapter. There are 10 chapters in total, and unlike how it originally was in PvZ2, you complete them in linear progression. This is what the level screen would look like. Rough mock-up by me, you flip through each page to view a different chapter and its levels. Each chapter has the same structure as PvZ2's worlds. Certain amount of levels, halfway point is the ultimate battle, final boss is the boss, yada yada. However, there's a catch. After the ultimate battle, the rest of the levels are set at night, where mushrooms and gravestones come into play. And every time you complete a chapter, you're rewarded with a new hero plant. As mentioned prior, levels themselves are as slow as in PvZ1. Gone are the ones with an unnecessary amount of pre-placed plants or serving as pointless tutorials. Instead, some of them have additional gimmicks to add extra challenge to the gameplay, like Save Our Seeds or Locked and Loaded. There are even extra long levels, which have this game's equivalent to Taco Time. Where after this one again? That's an interesting shuffle. Which have this game's equivalent to Taco Time, which are the final wave. After the final wave, there's an intermission which allows you to move your plants and place more down before going through more waves. Game modes, adventure, explore the game campaign, of course. Arcade, put your brains to the test as you blast through puzzles and minigames alike. Survival is just, fend off the horde. A collection of levels for each chapter, each coming with its own endless mode. Yeah, versus. Play as plants or zombies against either you, your friends, in co-op exclusive to console ports, or online opponents in the arena. And then there's the Zen Garden. Collect sprouts that randomly appear in levels that grow them in the Zen Garden. Growing a sprout to its fullest gives whatever plant it turns into a boost that can be activated for one level. However, this game does something similar to the PvZ2 Reflourished mod and has multiple different boosts your plants can obtain. Plants can be divided into 5 roles: damage, economy, defense, stalling, and removal. With primaries that make up the core of your defense and secondaries that complement your core. The roster for the tutorial area, which is outside the book, is dedicated towards simple, easy to understand plants that communicate their role well. Pea shooters are pea shooters. They just fire every couple of seconds. Sunflowers get you your sun. Walnuts are the defensive plants. We got the sapling, primary stalling plant, allowing a pine cone every 3 seconds that spreads sap around a 1x1 area that slows all zombies on it by 50% for 2 seconds. Then Shallery. Oh, that went on to a different... Hold on, let me restart this. There we go. Primary removal plant. 500 cost and 20 seconds recharge, working similar to Cob, Cannon, and Banana Launcher. When it has a shot primed, you can manually aim at a tile to deal 1,000 damage in a 3x1 area, requiring 40 seconds to reload. Zombies. On top of your usual 200 HP, 100 bite DPS brown coats, 2 other zombies are added to the standard cast. You have imps that move at double speed but have half the damage and DPS. And big, fat, 2,000 HP bullies that move at half the speed. While having some tweaked brown coats itself adds some variety, they all have important purposes to this meta. Imps, while weak and frail, will move far faster than the brown coats. That allows them to move ahead and force a stalling plant like the sapling to focus on them, allowing zombies behind them to move faster while the imp distracts your staller. If you're not able to filter out imps effectively, the horde will be able to move ahead and up to your walls a lot easier, dealing a lot more damage and even breaking through. Bullies, as you can tell, are the opposite. They are devastating if they get into range, and tanky enough to require 2 removal shots rather than 1. Besides their slowness, allowing brown coats to act as their imps, as imps do for brown coats, they're able to funnel and set a removal quota for that you need to meet and manage to reliably deal with throughout a level. This trifecta of standards makes for an even more interactive, dynamic baseline for levels, worlds, and special zombies to play off of. There's one more zombie type I want to quickly cover. Champions. Champions are effectively the cut hero zombies from PvZ2, like Cleopatra. These function as mini-bosses for each chapter and appear exclusively in the final wave of Ultimate Battles, each having their own special gimmick to add a unique layer of difficulty to these fights. They can also be summoned during bosses. So in summary, Plants vs. Zombies 3 Tales from the Garden does more than just remove or overhaul predatory design from the base game, and makes PvZ3 a worthy successor to PvZ2, building off of it in the same way PvZ2 built off of PvZ1, with new plants, new zombies, and new content, and a new tale. Oh, is that it? I was having fun with that, dang it! Although I suppose that's a good sign for a concept, if you get to the end of it and just want more. Ah, gosh, I was really excited, though. Just based on the entire theme of the game being like storybook kind of stuff, I was just waiting for that moment. Okay, here's the part where we get to talk about like the themed plants and the themed zombies. Like Awesome Possum, if you just throwing it out there, if you want to do a sequel to this talking about those themes, I would be so down for that. Because it's just fun taking the game concept and being like, okay, what if everything here is now set in a sci-fi horror franchise? Well, I guess that's kind of just Dead Space, but Plants vs. Zombies. Although, to be fair, Dead Space but Plants vs. Zombies would be really, really cool. Well, there's just so much you can do with that. Have like a Wild West themed one where you just have like really powerful tumbleweed plants, and all the zombies are dressed up as cowboys. Like, it'd be so cool. Oh yeah, and the double lawn idea, it's so simple, but that's such a great way of just being like, okay, yeah, this is the sequel. This is how you do it. This is how you make this game bigger. It's just a great idea. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't been done yet. But yeah, fantastic idea. I want more. I would be down for more. Please make more, Awesome Possum. Wild West exists in PvZ2, though? Oh. You can clearly tell which Plants vs. Zombie game I have played and which one I have not. But yeah, great idea. I enjoyed that immensely. Okay. Next up. We got something interesting from FazDude today. This is something that has technically been done before on Peasant's perspective, but it's very, very rare. It always results in something interesting. So FazDude wanted to make a Smash Brothers moveset, not for an established character, but for one of their own OCs. Salutations, my fellow peasants. This is a slightly tweaked version of a moveset I submitted to Moveset Meltdown, a moveset contest held on another Discord server. This edited version doesn't change the moveset itself, aside from one nerf. It just adds some tweaks to some details so that one wouldn't need to reference that server to get the full scope of the moveset, which would hopefully make it more palatable for a peasant's perspective. With that said, enjoy the show. Hey y'all, Faz here. The theme this time around was whoop. The theme this time around was woman. And while there were way too many runner-ups I had in mind, I think I found a pretty good solution. Miss Monotone, franchise OC, debut May 2023. She sure is a woman. Anyway, the reason I'm doing Miss Monotone is that I think she'd be a fun challenge. I have a ton of OCs with lots of abilities that could work in a platform fighter, while Marie here doesn't. All she does is put people to sleep. That said, I think... Sorry, I'm still... still laughing over that. When everybody is making a sausage fest and you actually have to force people to be like, no, just make a girl character already, please. That's hilarious. That said, I think with some creative thoughts and a deeper dive into the character, I can make something that not only works, but incorporates some neat ideas I don't think exist in Smash, or maybe even other plat fighters. But first, a little bit of an overview of the character itself. Miss Monotone, real name Mary Smith, is a super heroine who works as a member of a super team, meant to be a semi-parody of all those cheesy hero villains that popped up in comics in the 80s and 90s. Her sole superpower is being able to speak in a monotone voice that causes listeners to zone out or even fall asleep. This power has been lovingly dubbed the Monotone Mumble. That's great. Due to a combination of being forced into her line of work with no real passion for it and being jaded in general, Miss Monotone is a sarcastic, low energy, and disinterested in the superhero life, preferring to read or sleep than fight crime. Regardless, she tries her best to give it her all, and she is genuinely grateful for her team, even if she seldom expresses it. Her limited power set forces her to rely on stealth more than brute force, and while she isn't much from a distance, being near her runs the risk of being put right to bed. So how do we make that into a plat fighter set? I will say already, the idea of a character with a debuff of if they stay too close to you, you're just stunned. That's really interesting. I kind of love that. Kind of a spin-off of like how I did Diablo years ago, where you take ramping up damage if you stay too close to him, but doing that with like just falling asleep. That's hilarious. I love that. Attributes: heavy punish and setup game, great dodges, solid range, easy to shut down zoners and rushdowns. Cons: low weight, low speed, lack of combo. What was that? Like every letter of the alphabet tried to get out of my mouth simultaneously. Lack of combos, and lacks a conventional projectile. Moveset, starring Miss Monotone. Miss Minitone. Miss Minitone. Faz, your whole style is adorable. I love it. Grounded attacks. Jab. Miss Monotone swats her arms upwards, almost like an exaggerated shoe gesture, before following it up with a punch from the same arm, making it for a laggier but reliable 2-hit combo. Dash attack. Miss Monotone performs a pretty to-the-point tornado kick without leaving the ground, using one leg to balance on while spinning around, while the other with the other outstretched. Right, god damn it. See, what I'm actually doing here is I'm just farming engagement from the chat to remind me to reach the document. That gets the stream out to more people or something. I don't actually know how live streams work with that kind of engagement. This dash attack is unique in the sense that they can hit opponents behind her, but it also leaves her vulnerable from the front as she spins around. Forward tilt, Miss Monotone performs a straight kick similar to Ganondorf's. While not as strong or as long-reaching as the King of Evil's kick, it is slightly faster. Up tilt, Miss Monotone uses a simple wheel kick that's pretty fast and has decent range, but doesn't do much in the knockback department. From a crouch, Miss Monotone uses the one other weapon she has up her sleeve, a butterfly knife for the down tilt. While not as flashy with it as a certain Phantom Thief, it gets the job done, and that's what matters to her. Anyway, this outward, close to the ground slash doesn't deal a whole lot of knockback, but surprising damage. It also has a very low, but still possible chance to trip, and trust me, you do not want to get tripped by Miss Monotone. More on that later. Forward smash has her lazy stab with a knife, similar to Luigi's forward smash. Doesn't have quite the same range, is a little on the laggy side, but it packs a surprising punch. It can even be angled. Overall, it's her best kill move. At this point, I might as well draw a giant warning sign saying, don't forget the link for everyone. You know, maybe that's what should go into the purple box on the right in future streams. That would be... just a note to myself. Just make it like a sticky note board of reminders for myself. Up smash. Miss Monotone swipes the air above her with her knife. The move is her fastest smash attack and covers a good area above her, making it a solid anti-air but leave her vulnerable from the sides and doesn't have the best damage output. Down smash. For her last smash attack, Miss Monotone crouches down and slashes on both sides of herself with her knife. She handles each side as its own attack rather than moving seamlessly, so there is a brief pause between slashes where she is susceptible to punishes. However, the move makes up for this by dealing good damage and knockback, making it a middle ground between the stats of her other two smashes. Its low-profile hitbox renders it useless against airborne opponents, however. Aerial attacks. Neutral air. Miss Monotone performs a spin kick around herself a la Bayonetta's neutral air minus the bullet arts. Forward air, slashes in front of herself with her knife, going from high to low, has pretty good range, but not a whole lot of damage to back it up. Also, don't expect it to spike. This move sends outwards. Back air, stabs behind herself with her knife. This move is by far her deadliest aerial, but is on the slower side and doesn't have the best range. Up air, Miss Monotone stabs above herself, spinning to give the move a considerably active hitbox. It only hits once and doesn't have a huge hitbox, but it's also pretty strong. Can I just say that Beneath the Mask is like one of the best songs to narrate to? Like, I feel so cozy right now. Please, more people use this for their background music. I love this song. It's just the perfect vibe. Down air, Miss Monotone stomps downward with one of her legs. This move can spike opponents, but also just hurts in general. Those heels can sting. However, it's also on the laggy side. Like, if people are just confused on what to pick for their songs, this kind of just soft but groovy vibe is just perfect for narration. Grabs. She grabs with one hand, holding her opponent by the collar. Pummel. Miss Monotone steps on the opponent's foot. Remember what I said about those heels? Forward throw. Miss Monotone uses her free hand to slash her with her butter knife. To slash her butter knife outwards, launching the opponent. Back throw. Miss Monotone pulls the opponent behind her before launching them backwards with a straight kick. Up throw. Miss Monotone stabs her knife into the opponent from below, launching them upwards. And down throw, Miss Monotone pulls the opponent to the ground before kicking them forwards. Alright, so we have very, very simple abilities with a knife. Not a bad thing, it just allows for something crazy with the special attacks, I'm assuming. Here it is. Miss Monotone's signature ability, the move that defines her playstyle, the only superpower she really has, and it's just Sing. Yep. When you use this move, Miss Monotone uses her power and begins talking in a monotone voice, creating gray sound waves around herself. The hitbox is a little larger and a little more active, but it still puts opponents to sleep. However, the start lag is a little longer than Jigglypuff's, as Miss Monotone takes a deep breath before starting, lacking the lung power of the balloon Pokemon. This makes it riskier to use than Sing, but Miss Monotone does have a few other specials that make it a little less risky. What might they be, you ask? Well, side special is Hum. While she might not wield a gun, she has a hum. Miss Monotone still has a means to deal with opponents from a far range. When using side special, she focuses as she hums a single droning note, sending an audio visualizer wave outwards with a pattern resembling white noise and a wide width length like that of a Falco laser. This is actually a pretty good projectile, passing through shields and reflectors alike and unable to be stopped by any reflector, regardless of priority. It also has pretty solid range. So what's the catch? Well, Hum does no damage or knockback, so it can't be used for zoning. However, it does induce a status effect on those hit by it, Drowsy. This status slows down the opponent's walk speed, dash speed, and dodges. Spot dodges, rolls, and air dodges are affected. It also adds some extra some extra end lag frames to all of the opponent's attacks. This status doesn't last too long, about 5 seconds, as long as they aren't hit by another Hum. But those few seconds allow Miss Monotone to slow down opponents quicker to the draw than her, making it a valuable asset in spite of its lack of KO power or zoning potential. It's really simple, but I adore the synergy between these two specials. Most of my favorite Peasant's Perspective movesets are the ones that actively design their special moves to work in tandem to each other. Or just their movesets in general. Like, when you can see that there's an actual thought put into, like, okay, how does this interact with this? Or even better, designing things to be interacted with. Like, have one move enable the other. That's just... it adds an extra layer to the design that I really, really like. Up special, Drone. Mirroring fellow stealth fighter Snake, Miss Monotone grabs onto a drone. Oh, it's actually I thought it was another vocal pun, but no, it's just an actual drone. But this one she can pilot in the matter, not unlike Cypher. While she can leave off at any time she wants to before it runs out of fuel, it does put her into a semi-free fall where she can only use aerials until she lands or is attacked. If she decides to use the drone for all it's worth, though, then she'll enter a proper freefall. Down special is Sneak. For her final special, Miss Monotone does something weird. See, she's already used her abilities to their fullest potential, so what else is there to do? You ever heard of Fatal Fury? In the Fatal Fury series, barring 1 or 2 games, players can step into the back plane to avoid attacks from the front plane. Terry's spot dodge attack in Smash is a homage to this mechanic, but Miss Monotone takes it a step further and makes it a semi-stance change attack. Okay. When this move is input on the ground, Miss Monotone steps backward as her model darkens. From a physical perspective, she remains on the same plane as every other fighter, but for our purposes, she has entered Sneak mode. Sneak mode brings a few considerable changes to Miss Monotone's control. She loses the ability to dash, but her walk speed gains a slight boost, being somewhere between her usual walk speed and her dash speed. Jumping, spot dodging, grabbing, and rolling will all put her out of Sneak mode, but the respective functions will still behave like normal. Miss Monotone's dodges gain some extra frames of invulnerability while in Sneak mode, but should be put out of it once they conclude. And in the case of jumping, note that Miss Monotone can still walk off one platform and land on another while remaining in Sneak mode. Shielding works as normal, but does not put Miss Monotone out of Sneak mode. As for attacks, the overwhelming majority of her moves have her exit Sneak mode after the attack concludes, though no lag frames are added. However, there are a few exceptions. All smash attacks can be charged in sneak mode. Neutral special becomes an entirely different move, having Miss Monotone quickly step out of sneak mode for a surprise command grab. Once she grabs the opponent, she whispers into their ear, causing them to fall asleep after about a second. There's no way to circumvent this one if she successfully grabs someone, but if she whiffs, she goes through some ed lag. This is especially dangerous given one of sneak mode's properties, but we'll get there in a minute. And Hum doesn't take Miss Monotone out of sneak mode at all. Now, the most important thing about sneak mode is that it causes all projectiles, barring final smashes, to pass through Miss Monotone. No matter their strength and priority, she goes unaffected. This makes her especially effective against zoners, as she can just waltz through their defenses without breaking a sweat. Same goes through proximity-based traps or items such as the motion sensor bombs or bombs. While she'll still be damaged if they go off due to an external force, she herself cannot activate them in sneak mode. This doesn't apply to traps controlled by other players, such as Snake C4. She will be damaged by them regardless. Now, sneak mode does have one fatal flaw. While it allows Miss Monotone to shrug off projectiles like they're nothing, she's still susceptible to other kinds of attacks. What's more, she takes 1.5 times the damage and knockback if she's hit by an attack while in sneak mode, with the attack also taking her out of the stance. Combine that with her low weight and the fact that she'll still be in sneak mode while recovering from the end lag of one of her attacks, and you have a stance that comes with a lot of reward but a lot of risk. Use it effectively and you'll be putting opponents to sleep no matter what they throw at you. Screw up though, and, well, you'll probably see why Miss Monotone doesn't think very highly of herself. Now, all of this is when you use the down special on the ground. In the air, Miss Monotone instead performs a stall and fall dive straight downwards. This is an incredibly quick stall and fall that renders her completely invulnerable until she lands, but it also lacks a hitbox. It also can't be cancelled, so if you use it off stage, kiss your stock goodbye. I like this. It's nice to have like these super simple just mobility tools. Like I compare it to Min Min's Grounded Up special. It's a neat way of giving characters more interesting variety in a platform fighter especially. Movement is so important, while also not overcomplicating their design. It's cool. Final smash, break time. Miss Monotone doesn't really have any super moves, so she has to make do with something else. Upon using her final smash, she pulls a small communicator out of hammer space and presses a button, calling for the aid of her team. The team's leader, superior guy. Really? The whole point of this moveset, if I recall correctly, was that the theme was woman. And the final smash of the character for the woman theme is calling on superior guy to come help. That's still so funny to me. Flies in front of her a la Fox's final smash, trapping anyone hit by him in a cinematic. The cinematic depicts the team wailing on the opponents with tons of freeze frames and onomatopoeia, barring Miss Monotone, who's taking a well-deserved break, and being seen in the background of each freeze frame reading, drinking some tea, filing her nails, or taking a nap. Once the cinematic ends with Superior Man launching the opponent sky high with a heavy uppercut, Miss Monotone gives the team a thumbs up as they leave the scene. What a dork. I love him. And then we got alternate colors. Default. 2. Got one kind of based off of, well, not based off of, but the same color scheme as Marie. Got a red one. We got a purple one. We got a blue one. Got a casual, and casual but red. Stage entrance. Miss Monotone is dropped onto the stage by a carrier jet, watching it fly off before giving the opposition a deadpan look. Sighing, she says, "Let's get this over with," as she enters her battle stance. Idle animations, stands in a relaxed position, seeming unenthused as ever. Folds arms, rolls eyes. Tries to raise her fists for a more combat-ready gesture. Looks down at herself and just like, you know what, no, this isn't my style. And yawns. She's not really into it, you know? Taunts. Pulls out a teacup and takes a nice drink from it, sighing contentedly as she puts the cup back down. That is a fantastic taunt. Those kind of young Link, lawn milk kind of deals where you're just like, no, I'm just relaxing right now, dude. Am I even fighting somebody? Like, those are the best kind of taunts to have in a fighting game. I also have snaps her fingers a few times, saying, hey, gonna need you awake for this. Not the most flashy taunt, but has her dry sense of humor for you. And puts on some reading glasses and begins reading the book. This is an infinite taunt that lets her read as long as the taunt button is held. Also a hilarious one. Just can't be bothered to pay attention to the fighter. Love that. Victor animations. Sleeping comfortably in a chair, exhausted from a fight. Or relaxing in the same chair, reading a book and drinking some tea. As she notices the camera, she gives it a deadpan look as she says, do you mind? I'm busy. And one where she looks around when her name is called, seemingly surprised that she actually won. Once the shock wears off, which doesn't take very long, a small smile spreads on her face as she lets out a brief chuckle. That's adorable. Conclusion! This set was really fun to make. Not only did I get to work with some oddball concepts that require me to think a little bit more about how the moveset came together, but I was also able to draw a little cute little Marie doing silly things, which is always a plus. I'm glad to be moving Miss Monotone to my moveset meltdown menagerie, and I hope you enjoyed her moveset. And as always, thank you for reading. And there's a little compendium right here. Always love when people can include stuff like that. Just nice to see what other things somebody has worked on. That was adorable. It's a very simple moveset, but it's doing so. Its simplicity acts in service of a unique mechanic and allowing that mechanic to exist to its fullest potential. And I think this does that really well. Just a very simple fighter that's built around trying to debuff people and just take them out of commission. I enjoyed that a lot. Also, the sneak thing is very interesting. Never really seen anything like this. Yeah, I don't really have much more to add to that. It's just good. Nice, fun, cozy time. Thank you, FazDude. I liked it a lot. Okay. Next up is where things get a little weird. Because I don't think anything like this has ever been done on Peasant's perspective first. Peasant's perspective first? What? It's a Peasant's perspective first. Kind of just lost half the words in that statement. But we have here... This is a very... Oh, I get it. Okay. Half-Life music because of the gas mask. We go from one of FazDude's OCs to another one of FazDude's OCs, but interpreted by a different person? Just, okay, we've inceptioned Peasant's perspective. Gone are fan movesets of established properties, and now we're getting fan movesets of fan properties. Okay, so Ferality brings... I'm gonna say this wrong. Halogenation? Halogenation? One of the two. By Ferality, series by FazDude. Entrance, a green cloud appears on the battlefield, only to explode in an eclectic array of salt as Halogenation throws out his hands to the camera in the pose above. Also, I apologize to FazDude, but I had to amputate one of his arms to fit on the overlay. Halogenation is voiced by Justin Briner, the voice actor for Deku from My Hero Academia. Carl Humphrey was a 15-year-old boy who loved salt. He ate so many savory foods that he won the Metro County Sodium Contest. What the hell? However, this would not help when he was in the chemical plant, courtesy of his uncle. He got sick and got dangerously near a giant sodium-chlorine chemical reaction. Just some classic Spider-Man superpower stuff right there. When he fell in, he was never the same. His arms became the primary elements, and he could eat all of the salt he wanted. In fact, he needs to eat the salt because too much water would kill him. But that didn't matter. His arms were powerful. His right arm could blow up, blasting people away. His left arm could poison people, fuse them together to make an even bigger explosion. And salt! Yay! 4 years later, and after a bit of rehab, he was ready. He's taking on the role of a superhero and the name Halogenation, but only when times are truly dire. We're not sure if the salt went up to his brain, but his superpower is a little too strong for this world. People are kinda scared of him. Appearance: Halogenation is a mix of halogen gas and alkaline metal, with a gray metallic right hand, a foaming gray left hand, and a no-nonsense tank top, pants, and gas mask. Halogenation is rendered in the same style as the other OCs of FazDude, sporting smaller proportions and circular heads. This is with lower saturation and greater detail, like his gas hair and arm being more elaborate in physics. His eyes are also covered with glass to fit with a slightly more grounded style of Smash, just so he isn't as ridiculous. FazDude, sporting smaller population. Oh wait, no, I just read that. Animation. Some think that Halogenation is a sociopath because he always seems to have a smile on his face, at least judging by his eyes and voice. His attacks are bubbly and full of charm, ready to take on any dissent of the law. When he isn't using his legs to kick, he is using his powerful arms. The attacks using his sodium arm are straight. Hold on. I didn't need the chat this time. I remembered. Ha. When he isn't using his legs to kick, he uses his powerful arms. The attacks using his sodium arm are straight strikes that blow up his arm on contact. There's no gore involved, just a metallic bone coming from his arm that quickly regenerates. The chlorine arm, on the other hand, swipes instead of strikes, his arm lazily moving through the air in a carefree motion. These are both brought to life with a little bit of model scaling and expressive lines. Gameplay. Halogenation is a glass cannon all-rounder, being able to push forward with his dynamic dual playstyle. His two arms can fit two niches as a powerful brawler and a sword fighter who sets down dangerous damage. These extremes, along with having decent combos from his fun-loving kicks, give him a disturbing amount of pressure in battle. This is why he's a lightweight, along with having only average recovery. This is formatted very nicely. I love the little, I know it's a silly thing to praise, but the little bars between various segments, it makes it so smooth to narrate. I love it. Special Mechanic Uno, Salt's components. Halogenation's down special lets him swap between two stances, each letting him use... I love how completely separately from each other, both people created a stance change for FazDude's OCs. I wonder if that was intentional, like if there was coordination there, or if it's just completely up to chance. I would love it if it was completely up to chance. But yeah, swap stances. Swaps arms, basically. His chlorine stance has him move down his hands, then breezing them around gently. His sodium stance is a lot more confident, with him bounding around as his fists bend up to meet the opponent. This can be changed on the character select menu for what you want to start with. That's neat. For mechanics, certain attacks in his moveset will be changed to animation and function based on the stance. Sodium-type moves are faster or much more powerful due to their explosions, but have less range to compensate. On the contrary, chlorine-type attacks are much slower, but have much greater range and disjoints to promote spacing. They may be much weaker, but apply a status effect known as chlorine gas. Chlorine is a toxic gas. In itself, and it forming into hydrochloric acid when inhaled. which can dissolve one's lungs. As stated, chlorine attacks are weak, but give opponents a green gas around them and a new status effect. Not only does it deal continual damage, but it slightly crunches down the opponent's jump height, airspeed, and air drift, or how well they control in the air. This makes them a lot worse to control in the air, an important facet in a very air-focused game. It's interesting to make a gimmick the Geneva Convention, breaking the Geneva Convention rather, but we'll see how this goes. I'm intrigued. Ooh! Oh, I like this! I really like this! This is cool! Got some Triforce of playstyle thing going here. Oh, I love this! Can this become just a norm? I don't know who made it, though, so I have to check with someone like that, but this is just neat. I love this. I love this so much. Focusing more on offense, going away from defense, and kind of middle of the road in reaction. Stats. Just gonna kind of linger on stats, just because they're not fun to read out loud. Small, does lots of damage. Recovery's bit average. Very, very light, but kind of on the faster side. And kind of average, just air game in general. Can wall jump, with 2 mid-air jumps. In a full hop, Halogenation's right leg mini explodes to propel him further. His gassy right leg bubbles for his multi-jumps as well. He is versatile, great damage and great KO power, but very light, and mechanic can be a little finicky. Ground attacks, jab. Performs 2 swiping kicks with his left hand. Performs 2 swiping kicks with his left hand. This character is a god. Just breaks the very conventions of our limits as physical beings. He can kick with his hands. Such power cannot be allowed to exist. I'm assuming that's meant to be punches. Jab A. Oh, so no, it's 2 kicks and then strikes with the hands. I understand. Because then he swipes with one of these legs, depending on what stance you're in. The Sodium 1 swipes out with a fist with his right hand. This blows it up, making this a killing jab, while the Chlorine 1 has greater range to apply that whole status effect kind of dealing a bobber. Dash attack is a jumping forward sliding kick. Tilt attack is just a big ol' smashing punch with his Sodium side. But his Chlorine 1 is a much more lazy slap with no real care or power. I love GIFs. I love it when people put GIFs alongside these. It's the best. Up tilt is just a exaggerated uppercut. Well, having up A and up B is throwing me through a loop. But I'm following what it means. I say this is the up tilt with the second hand. It's just more of a swipe. Has a nice relaxed pose while crouching. Down tilt. Arms bend. His arms back of him curls down as he sweeps his left leg in a twirling motion. This is a combo tool that pops opponents almost upward for a combo. Smash attacks. Halogenation throws all caution to the wind as he swipes his arms forward, both merging in a cross motion. This merging creates a salt-producing explosion in an impactful multi-hit monster. It also deals a lot of shield damage. Up laughs as he crosses his hands into the air, creating a vicious explosion anti-air. Chemical reaction, nice, that's fun. Like the side smash, it does a lot of shield damage. And then down, spins around on the ground as he throws out his arms. On the Sodium stance, it has less range and more power. In the Chlorine stance, it has greater range and Chlorine poison, but less speed. Aerial. Stance A. Just a nice punch downwards. even has a non-spike sweet spot on the fist. Whereas the B is more, again, just trading punches for swipes is the general rule of thumb here. Front A is just a nice simple punch. Also propels him forward. That's fun. I wish more characters had stuff like this. I know I'm saying that a lot today, but we're seeing a lot of things today that I just wish more characters had. That kind of mid-air mobility is really just nice to work with. Completely wasted on somebody like Corrin. And again, just a nice little swipe for the second stance. Back air. Again, trading the punch or a swipe. Like, this is the nice thing about gifts. I don't really need to narrate them. I can just kind of show them and move on. And then up and down do not have stance variations because they're both kicks. And it only changes the hands. Down, throws his arms in a Y motion as he spins straight downward. It's a fast multi-hit move like Fox's. Ooh, this is fun. Stance changing grabs. Okay. Don't think I've ever seen this before. I'm assuming that means the throws are different as well. Yeah, okay. So we got more of a bruisery get over, like grab whoever's next to you, or a more tethery, squishy command grab kind of deal. Pummel is just kneeing the opponent. Strong throw is a nice, powerful, striking uppercut, whereas B is more of just an energetic slap. Back throw, hops to the back of his opponent, only to slam the opponent down with his right fist. This is a kill throw. For the other one, happily grabs his opponent, jumps into the air, and turns around and he slabs them into the ground. Not as strong, but still poisons. Up throw is a kicking opponent into the air, also recovers into a front flip. And down is a flipping axe kick onto the poor fallen opponent. Special attacks. Neutral, Salt Blast. Merges his arms forward, hardening his stance as he rapidly shakes around. Charging the move generates a multi-hit hitbox in the explosion, able to catch people and drain shields as he performs it. Letting out the charge produces a powerful ball of salt. It flying forward as it falls down, salt blowing all over the fight if it touches the ground or someone. Charging it increases his range, power, and size, going from a grain of salt to a ball of salt half his size. Fun! Chemistry of the character. It's actually a nice, fun little theming right there. Side is its spinning reaction. Halogenation flies forward as he twirls around, his arms out to emphasize his enthusiasm. In the air, he flies, well, into the air as well, giving him greater recovery. It can also only be used once in the air. This does not change based on stance, even if it does good damage and is a fine gap closer. The up is Redox Rampage. He jumps down as he merges his arms, creating a multi-hit explosion that blasts him into the air. Doesn't go far in terms of recovery tools, but it can be a second downer, and it does spike. We also have a stance. Oh yeah, down special to the stance swap. We've already covered this. Final smash is Questionable Ethics. Halogenation waves to the camera as he jumps up onto the ladder of an Apache helicopter. Chlorine gas fills the floors of the stage as Halogenation shoots his opponents with a shotgun, all in front of the camera. Finally, the helicopter flies up from the camera as Halogenation slams back into the stage, his sodium fist reacting to the gas to let out a finishing explosion. That's one hell of a shotgun, to have that kind of accuracy at that kind of range. But alright. The other stuff. I like how this kind of just naturally both complements and contrasts the previous moveset. Like, obviously, the characters are made by the same person, but it's interesting to see that, like, stick around despite these two things being worked on by different people. It's just a nice little, like, would this be like a psychological experiment? Just seeing how different people mess with things made by the same individual. I don't know. But it's neat, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, this character's idols are much more energetic. He's just kind of happy to be here. Taunts cheerfully points the hand of his current stance into the air as he says something victoriously. Side flips up a salt shaker and shakes it with the hand of his current stance. Halogenation lightly touches his arms together, creating a small... I will say, right here... You mean... Oh! Hang on! Oh, I'm sorry. I might be... I'm so sorry, Ferality. I have made a critical misunderstanding here. This is not an OC of FazDudes that Ferality is translating over. This is a OC of Feralities being put into FazDude's universe. Okay, I am following. I'm sorry. That's honestly even better. An OC in an OC universe. Can we go deeper? I will say, I kind of wish this taunt right here was a infinite taunt that just has him hold up the salt shaker and just starts just shaking salt into his mouth just to eat salt. And that just goes on for as long as possible. And we got the winning animations. Number 1, sits down at a table, taking off his mask and starts to eat some spaghetti and meatballs, one of the saltiest meals. This is only after touching his arms together to make some salt. Number 2, Halogenation charges up an explosion with both of his hands and has their incomplete stubs fly back as a giant explosion assaults him. He looks up to the camera as his arms stagger and regenerate. Number 3, hops forward, stumbles a little, then looks to the camera as his hands pose to his hips. And last but not least, his losing animation, having claps with a crying face due to the fact that his arms are repeatedly... That's right! Because this character clapped, it just repeatedly explode. That's amazing. That is brilliant. That is hilarious. I love that so much. And we just got the alts. Got the green, got the orange. Stable reaction based on table salt or chlorophyll. I love the amount of just actual chemistry here. That's so cute. That's so clever. We got road salt, but it's just different colors of salt. I love this. You got a cobalt chloride coloration, mustard gas coloration. Because again, we're also breaking the Geneva Convention here. Gas knows, but you're advised not to say the reference to this. Carbon monoxide. Monotone's Bane. Miscellaneous Kirby gets the mask and hair as well as the neutral special of the stance of when he was inhaled. We have noob weapon. Oh right, right. Because Ferality also made the noob. That's fun. Having concepts referencing other concepts that you've done in the past for Peasant's perspective. I like that. So of course, noob gets the arm. That's fun. Boxing ring title, the 2-component killer. And additional information, if Halogenation tries to swim in water, he blows up and flies into the air. This generates a powerful explosion that can kill... Yeah, it's... actual fun chemistry stuff. I love this. And that's it. But what do you think? Is this good or bad? Let me know. Be sure to check out my other movesets. I made a lot of them this month. And as always, get some sleep. What a great message to end a Peasant's perspective idea off on. It's not like signal boosting or check out my other stuff. It's just, hey, viewer, take care of yourself, alright? I appreciate that immensely. This is really fun. Click link, please. I will click it, but I won't read through it because... Character from My Little Pony, AI-generated SpongeBob specifically. Got more anime. We got Master master hand with missing fingers. A trash can. Just an actual trash can. Sanic, of course. A possessed chair. Tetris block. More My Little Pony. An actual... all this anime and just random stuff. And then, oh yeah, that's the stuff you'd expect to see. As well as some pitches for characters Ferality might be doing. My vote is Pig. I don't know what the rest of these beneath these are, but my vote is Pig. Or Taros. Taros would also be funny. That was fun, though. I love the amount of thought process that went into, like, okay, well, let's actually include some legitimate chemistry in how this character works. And the moveset's also pretty good. I like the design between, swapping between the various stances. Also this. I love this. I cannot stress how much I adore this. This is such a fun way to communicate what kind of character you're trying to design. Just in an instant. That's so cool. But yeah, just a fun little novelty to the Peasant's Perspective series. We're hitting a point where other people's creations are being springboarded into other people's creations. I'd be curious to see if this, like, catches on at all. Like, does somebody see, I think, yes, it was Gabe the Paper's Ice Climber concept for how to rework them as characters. Does somebody see that and be like, okay, no, but I want to write a story about this, because this is a really fun mechanic they're putting forward here. Like, there's so much that could happen now that the precedent has been set. Thank you, Ferality, for the fun submission. Alrighty. Let me get some water real quick. Oh gosh, I haven't heard this theme forever. The actual Valve theme? That was the just Half-Life stuff playing in the background that Ferality chose for that. Fits the design of the character, I'd argue. Alright, sorry, just getting some more. You talk a lot for a long time, just on end. You start getting like this gross mucus at the back of your throat. That's why I trip over my words so much as the streams go on. It's because I'm literally kind of half choking. That's why water is important. That's why comedians always drink it. Okay. Alright, before I start this next concept, I do need to apologize. The soundtrack that they wanted to put at the end, like in the background of this, was just the most dangerous. Just like, okay, this is going to be copyright stricken to death, to hell and back, if I put it through. So I did have to veto the music they wanted, which is unfortunate because there was some like audio cues that they wanted. Like, okay, read the intro, then play this song. I can't do that because if I do, the stream will die. So apologies for that. But I will still read this out before revealing who this character is, because that is what they wanted me to do. Oh, Koryo! The world of the Super Smash Bros. Is like a tournament when filled to the brim with the most powerful characters across the multiverse of gaming. Many battles have been waged across this land's vibrant battlefields. On one such occasion, the legendary hero Erdrick found himself facing the Aura Pokemon Lucario. The brawl was furious, with both fighters viciously trading blows of magic and aura at a rapid speed. Eventually, Lucario gained the upper hand, and was about to finish off Erdrick with a powerful Aura Storm. But as he was about to release the beam at his foe, both fighters felt a strangely familiar presence. While neither were able to identify who this individual was, both felt an odd connection, which would have been comforting were it not for the immensely powerful energy that this enigma was generating. Such overwhelming power had never been seen by either combatant before, and before long, the mysterious figure made his true identity known with a single show-stopping tune, and I can't play the Ultra Instinct theme, but everybody knows what that theme is, so just picture that that's playing while we talk about it's Goku. Of course it's Goku. Which, that's hilarious, making the connection between Lucario and Erdrick for the reveal trailer. Hey, it's him, Goku from the Dragon Ball franchise. And I'm going to be playing the soundtrack of the GBA games for Dragon Ball, because I figure those should be fine. He's a warrior who needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway, just in case anyone isn't familiar with his story. Goku is a Saiyan, a race of extraterrestrial ape-like warriors who strive to be the strongest in the universe. Originally named Kakarot by his father Bardock on planet Vegeta. Born shortly before the destruction of planet Vegeta by the hands of Frieza, he was sent to Earth as an infant with the intent of killing all life on the planet. Once he landed, though, he was found by the elderly Grandpa Gohan, who gave him the name Son Goku and raised him as his own. And one head injury later, Goku forgot his mission of human extinction and lived with his adopted grandfather, learning about earthly values such as kindness and justice as well as martial arts before unintentionally killing Gohan by looking at a full moon, which caused him to transform into the deadly Great Ape. In spite of this, Goku continued to live his life as normal for a few years later until a fateful encounter with a young Bulma. She was in search of the Dragon Balls, of which Goku happened to have one that was left to him by Gohan. And this encounter was the impetus? Of Goku's journey, as this was the beginning of a sequence of events that would allow him to grow up to become one of Earth's greatest defenders. He constantly trains and strives to become the greatest warrior he can be to fight for his beliefs and those he cares about the most. And this training and discipline will prove invaluable as Goku spars against titans in the world of Super Smash Bros. It's been memed to death. Let's actually see how this would work. Also, I apologize in advance if I get any references wrong. I am very familiar with the Dragon Ball characters, but that familiarity is exclusively through Lythero's Dragon Ball FighterZ videos, so I'm sure that I have a very botched understanding of what this franchise is. Goku would be a mid-weight rushdown fighter. His specialty is in delivering a non-stop offense, using his key techniques to transition into long, high-speed combos. He sports an average weight stat that is limited by his mediocre recovery, although it's nothing so bad that he can't work around and persevere. Goku's primary weakness comes in the form of his really low DPS, as while Goku has a very high skill ceiling for his combos, each individual hit only does minimal damage. So Goku would need to land more hits than the average fighter to do the same amount of damage. Also, while this will be explained in further detail in its own section, Goku has a mechanic exclusive to him that does allow him to increase his damage. However, it requires a high amount of skill and intuition to use effectively, with the consequences for its poor use being potentially fatal. Overall, Goku plays a fast combo-oriented game that highly rewards skillful and aggressive play, while harshly punishing careless mistakes with frail survivability, which captures Goku's personality and fighting style as an energetic yet somewhat reckless hero who needs to work hard and achieve discipline in order to overcome the many obstacles and threats along his journey. Ah, gosh dang it, I forgot. Nah, thank you, Dylan Watts. I was able to remember one, but it was too good to be true. Look, I'm managing a lot right now. It's hard to remember. That's fine. As for the attributes themselves, I'll just leave the stats here for a second. He's got some speed behind him. Only 2 jumps. Can wall cling. That's important to know. Gimmicks. Alright, now this is where Goku goes from being just another Smash fighter to going even further beyond. as Goku's gimmicks are incredibly important to his playstyle as well as to the representation of the Dragon Ball franchise. Goku's first important gimmick is the Ki Gauge. The Ki Gauge is a meter positioned above Goku's fighter UI and is the cornerstone of his playstyle. The way it works is that upon starting the match, the meter will appear completely empty, needing to be filled up by landing hits as well as taking them. However, what fills the Ki Gauge up the most is landing strings of combos and getting KOs, which rewards Goku players for playing well and mastering the character. Of course, what I have not mentioned yet is what exactly this meter does. Well, the meter itself doesn't actually do anything until it gets filled to completion. Once it reaches this point, Goku would be able to use one of his most iconic abilities and transform by using his down special. Once Goku transforms into his next form, the meter would be empty once again as Goku gets access to one of his many iconic transformations from across the Dragon Ball franchise, granting him a variety of buffs. Now the question is, what specific transformation would Goku have access to in this moveset? Well, after much deliberation, I settled on giving him 3 transformations, each of which alters his moveset in some way. The first one is his base, iconic Super Saiyan. Blonde hair, yellow aura, everybody knows what that is. To put the relative power level of Goku's transformations into perspective, I'm going to be representing them as, fittingly enough, a power scaling range, with 1.0 as the baseline power level of the average Smash character. Base Goku would be power level 0.7. Super Saiyan would be around 0.9, so while it's still not quite on par in terms of damage with most other fighters in the game, trust me when I say that this is necessary. This is a necessary balancing mechanism. Dealing worse damage than Sheik is going to seem like nothing once we get to Goku's truly bonkers stuff. Goku's next transformation, which mind you requires him to fill up the Ki Gauge completely for a second time, causes him to enter his Super Saiyan God state, which gives him red hair and an aura of fire. In the aforementioned relative power ranking, this form would receive about a 1.1. So by this point, Goku has transcended beyond the power of the average Smash fighter, and gone a step further, but is still within the relative ballpark. While I'm here, I may as well mention the kinds of changes that Goku would receive while in these 2 transformations. Let me get some water real quick. 1 second. Within these stances, all of Goku's attacks would remain the same as his base form moveset conceptually and animation-wise. However, the power and attributes of each would change to become progressively more powerful. A good basic example of this would be his forward air, which is a 2-handed slam at the fists like Donkey Kong. The base form version is a weaker combo move. Super Saiyan makes it behave similarly to Banjo's forward air, and Super Saiyan God makes the move spike. A similar principle applies to each individual move, which will all be explained in their respective sections. Oh boy. This is gonna be a long one. Of course, this still leaves us with one more transformation to go over, and boy oh boy, is it a doozy. If Goku is somehow able to fill up the Ki Gauge for a 3rd time, he would transcend beyond all limits and enter Ultra Instinct, his most powerful form that gives him white hair, a transparent aura, and most importantly of all, no shirt. Now let's just cut to the chase. This form is designed to be, without question, the best character in the game. If we go back to the whole relative power ranking idea, Ultra Instinct Goku, I almost said Guko there, would be like a 5. In fact, he's so broken that he's too good to just get base Goku's moveset but buffed. No, this form would give Goku a brand new second moveset that is designed to be as powerful as possible. This is gonna be a long one. To add even more insult to injury, Ultra Instinct Goku comes with not 1 but 2 secondary gimmicks that cements his place as the best in the game. Those being Secret Sensation, which functions as a buffed air dodge like Foresight, and Perfect Reflex, which allows him to automatically dodge any and all projectiles while walking. So yeah, overall, ridiculously powerful. So what's the catch? Well, it's a pretty hefty one. You see, when Goku loses a stock, he would actually go back 2 stages in the transformation cycle, from the state he was KO'd in. So both SSJ and SSG would revert him back to base form, and Ultra Instinct would reverse him back to SSJ, which significantly hampers his ability to exploit the later forms. This especially applies to Ultra Instinct, as in order to reach that form, you would, at minimum, need to fill up the ki gauge twice in a single stock just to play as him. By which point, there's a good chance that he's accumulated a very high percent and is almost dead due to his low weight, keeping this otherwise busted form in check. Overall, Goku's gimmicks are what define his playstyle and set him apart as a uniquely powerful combatant in the world of Smash Bros. Contrary to what I'm sure many people's first instinct would have been, Goku's transformations aren't a comeback mechanic, but a snowball mechanic, rewarding good Goku players for their skill with powerful new forms that allow them to push and exert themselves as far as the players as they can possibly go to master all the intricacies that this character allows. Which not only represents Goku's arc as a character constantly striving for refinement, improvement, and self-mastery in his long hours of training, but also the genre of shonen anime and manga as a whole. And the emphasis it generally places on themes of perseverance in spite of the odds. Okay. Oh, thank goodness there's GIFs. Okay. So, we got 3-hit combo. I think I'm gonna handle this is just describe how they changed based on forms, because you can clearly see what they are in the GIFs. So, 3-hit jab at first. Transforming once allows him to cancel the first hit of the attack into another kit. Wow, English is hard right now. Let me get some more water. Okay. So transformations allow him to basically cancel further hits into tilt attacks. So super transformation gives him the ability to cancel on the first hit. The God form gives him the ability to cancel on the second hit. Cool. Whereas Ultra Instinct, it's just the bonkers combo you see right there. He just teleports around you showing off because he's just that cool. Dash attack is Dragon Fist, charges forward and performs an overhead punch. Transforming once changes the launch angle into a spike, while transforming twice makes him teleport a short distance forward before delivering the attack, giving him temporary invincibility. Cool. And then this one is a charging punch, but he'll actually carry you along with you. And it's, God, I don't really care about Dragon Ball, but God, is Ultra Instinct's animations just the coolest shit ever. Like, look at that. Side tilt, Ki Blast. He fires a Ki Blast. Unconventional projectiles. Transforming to Super gives him a second Ki Blast, while God Form gives him a rapid fire volley of 4. Also changes colors as he transforms. That's cool. That's neat. Love little aesthetic changes like that. Ultra Instinct gets massive shock waves. Just Mach speed air punches. Just big, ouch, much range. Up tilt is Ki Geyser. Oh, we got some rival stuff! I love rival stuff! Knee strike upwards before down to the ground, causing a surge of Ki to emerge and launch the opponent upwards. Transformations leave the first hit unchanged, but the geyser at the end, it becomes bigger as you transform. Okay. And here is Limit Break, performs a jumping kick at an angle above himself, which functions as a great anti-air as well as aiding in his mobility. Alright. Down tilt is crouching sidekick. Transformations don't change up this move too drastically. The main change is just increased... Oh, it lets Goku travel as he's using it. Okay. And for this one, it is the Drip Sweep. I can't see that without envisioning Goku in that stupid jacket. Everybody knows what the Drip Jacket is. He should be wearing it right now. It's not the Drip Sweep without it. Always trips foes because he's just that powerful. Smash attacks, power pull, slam. We're getting the little red. What's the word I'm looking for? There's a word. What's the fucking hell? What's the word? Ah! There's a specific bow staff. There we go. God damn. Alright, for all of basic smash attacks, use one of Goku's signature tools that was handed down to him by Grandpa Gohan, being the power pull. This one is a vertical arc kind of attacks, like the Ikes and the Ganondorfs and all that. And by transforming, it increases the range that the power pull extends, because that's how that thing works. It can just keep growing bigger. And then as for Ultra Instinct, he just charges forward, punches you and stomps you into the ground. Because it's just cool. Like, look at him. Look at the coolness emanating from this individual. Oh no. The GIF! It's broken! No! The horror. Alright, I'll actually read this one then. Places the power pole on the ground before causing it to extend upwards to launch himself into the air, dealing damage on contact to anyone he bumps into. While this is Goku's weakest smash attack by far, also has a lot of utility due to the fact that Goku remains airborne after the attack is over, allowing him to easily combo off this attack's low knockback. His transformations increase the height, and by extension increasing the knockback of the attack to retain the move's combo ability. And then when he's Ultra Instinct, it's just a massive, powerful explosion of doom and despair. Down smash, twirl the pole. Spins it in a quick circle, dealing quick multi-hitting damage to anyone caught by it. Very solid reach and damage, only held back by its decently long end lag, so spamming is not advised. And like the others, the pole gets larger the more transformations he's gotten to. Unless he's transformed into Ultra Instinct, in which case he does that super badass, just spinny key blast thingamabobber. Neat. Aerials. Neutral area is a flurry of kicks, with further transformations doing more kicks. And Ultra Instinct is just a very incredibly fast punch forward for a badass combo tool. Forward air was covered earlier, but it's basically just DKs, banjos, forward air, that sort of deal. Transformations allow it to spike and increase its power. Whereas Ultra Instinct gets a powerful roundhouse kick. Back air is a palm strike. Slower, disjointed, but actually fires out the ki behind him. Transformations increase damage and range of the attack. Whereas his back air as Ultra becomes a massive aura blast. Up air is a single upwards kick above him. Transformations make the move slower, but he also leaps before the kick, increasing the range and kill power, with further transformations doubling down on that design decision. So it becomes less of a combo move and more of a kill move as you transform. That's cool. I like that. And then when he's Ultra Instinct, it's just another really powerful kick. Down air is the sick, just dropping kick, smash people in the face kind of move. Transforming makes him fall faster and have less landing lag. Alright. And then we've got a sick axe kick right here for his down air when he's Ultra Instinct. Okay. It's a long one, but we're going through this quickly. The addition of the pictures is very much appreciated. It's making this much easier. Alright, Goku just grabs with one hand, So he pummels by... Oh no, pummeling is the Dragon Rush, of course. But when he's Ultra Instinct, it's Transcendence. He just grabs them through sheer force of will. Or does he force pull you to? Basically, one arm while functions similar to base Goku's grab. Oh yeah, he just grabs him far away. Okay, that's fine. And his pummel is a flurry of strikes so fast that they are imperceptible to the human eye. Because of course it is. It's Dragon Ball. Forward throw comically swings them around in circles. Goku's transformations increase the amount of spins he does before throwing. I hope it increases the spins by like a comical amount. Like he spins twice as base Goku, spins like 7 times as Super, and like 20 as God. Just make it ridiculously fast. And then as Ultra Instinct, just Power Blast. You're just dead. Back throw is a simple chuck behind him. But Godly Display is the Ultra Instinct, and that's just the teleport in front of you, and then you're just dead. That's such a sick animation. God, that's so cool. Up throw is an uppercut. Transformations progressively increasing the height and power. And then for his up throw, he puts all the key balls around him, and then blasts the foes upward. And down throw is Solar Flare. With his hands on his face, yells out the name of the attack, causing a quick burst of light to envelop the foes, stunning them in place for a second. Transformations increase the amount of time the stun lasts. Note that it also extends the period of time that the foe is ungrabbable, so no chain grab shenanigans here. Interesting, so it's a kind of burying kind of grab to stun them in place to follow up with a punish. And then Ultra Instinct, he jumps up, kicks you, and then you explode, because anything he hits you with as in Ultra Instinct explodes. Ninja Special! Because, of course, there's only one correct choice here. Kamehameha, you charge up, you fire the move. Long range, decent power if you charge it. Transformation-wise... okay, here we go. Transformation-wise changes how long the ability takes to charge the move. Oh, this is fun. If 2 Goku players use their Kamehameha at the same time and they collide, this will actually start a beam struggle, where both players will need to start mashing the special button to overcome the other Goku's Kamehameha, which lasts until either someone wins the beam struggle by getting the center of the beam to collide with the opponent, or after the second had passed, at which point the beam struggle will end and both Gokus will be actionable once again. God, I wish platform fighters had more fun with like character-specific interactions like that. It's one of the biggest reasons I want to reboot with a much smaller roster, just to get the room to be able to actually do stuff like that, because it's so fun! And when he's Ultra Instinct, he can just flip and do it immediately. No charging necessary, he just fires off massive damaging blasts of doom and despair. Side special, Flight. Wraps himself up in ki and flies forward. Does not home in on opponents. However, he can angle it in multiple directions to better follow opponents trying to evade it. Does minuscule damage, but that's fine because it's an approach tool that lets him combo off of it. Fun. Does not seem to change based off of transformations. And then when he's Ultra Instinct, he gets Super Dash. This is basically the same attack, but it actually homes in on the nearest opponent. So you just get, like, free combos. Just like, okay, yeah, you got Ultra Instinct, you can just chase people now and beat them up. Love that. A special is Instant Transmission. Holds up 2 fingers to his forehead before disappearing. It's a traditional teleport. sporting a somewhat mediocre travel distance in exchange for not putting Goku into freefall. So he's free to use any non-special attack after the teleport to pressure the opponent. Transformations increase the distance that he can travel with this technique. Then up special for Ultra Instinct is Vanish Attack. Similar in concept but different in execution. On use, Goku will still disappear as expected and be able to teleport the same distance as Instant Transmission. However, upon reappearing, he would automatically stop in place and perform a roundhouse kick in whatever direction he's facing, launching anyone hit by it away with surprisingly high knockback. One more added quirk to this version of the attack is that if you double input this attack with a foe within teleporting distance, Goku will automatically teleport towards the position of said foe and attempt to attack them with the roundhouse kick. That's sick. I like that. And down special is how you transform. Alright, is there anything more? What happens when you input the gauge when you do the input when the key gauge isn't full and you can't transform? In that scenario, Goku would briefly enter a unique transformation depending on which one he's currently in and perform a unique Final Smash-like attack. In other words, Goku would visually reach a whole new set of transformations for distinct super attacks before reverting back into the form he was in priorly. As you can likely imagine, this is an incredibly powerful option, however, it doesn't come without risk. You see, while the damage that these super attacks deals is spectacular, all of them are either very slow to come out, as Goku needs to enter his transformation first before delivering the attack, which is a somewhat lengthy and reactable animation. To add to this move's status as a high-risk, high-reward tool, automatically landing the attack will reward Goku with automatically filling up half of the ki gauge, but if he misses, he would instead lose half of the ki gauge's charge, and to add insult to injury, he would also take 20% recoil damage. So Goku players need to be very careful about when they go over 9,000. Alright, base Goku becomes Kaioken, which is this. Surrounds himself with red energy to do his signature Kaioken technique. Just beat the shit out of people. Easier to land, it does good damage. Super Saiyan. No! The gifts! Why? It's so much easier when they're around. No. That's fun. Super Saiyan does Meteor Smash. Powers himself up with the questionable hairstyle choices of Super Saiyan 3 before doing a small shoulder charge forwards. If the attack lands, he would follow up with an upward kick and use instant transmission to spike foes downwards with a double axe handle, culminating the attack with a super Kamehameha directly into the opponent's face, which can also hit anyone else caught in the proximity. This is stronger than the previous super, but it's also slower to compensate. And it is based on SSJ Goku's attack of the same name from Dragon Ball FighterZ. And then, no again! No! In his third transformation, he gets times 10 Kaioken Kamehameha. Power himself up with the blue energy of Super Saiyan Blue and the red energy of Kaioken. To do a charging punch forwards. If the punch hits anyone, Goku would proceed to attack the opponent with a barrage of punches and then kicks the opponent into the air. He then teleports back to the ground and fires a Kaioken powered up Kamehameha diagonally upward at the opponent. He then finishes up this climactic attack with powerful uppercuts while inside his own Kamehameha, culminating in a mighty explosion. As you can imagine from this attack's extravagant description, yes, I have to imagine it because the GIF is no longer with us. This is by far Goku's most powerful attack, and one of the strongest non-Final Smash attacks in the game, capable of killing foes at ludicrously low percents, coming with the obvious drawback of being one of the slowest attacks in the game on top of the other drawbacks. So one must be very careful when using this, and by extension, Goku's other down specials. Oh, and it is a direct pull from Blue Goku's evolved level 3 super in Dragon Ball FighterZ. But when he's already in his ultimate powerful state, he doesn't have any such mechanic, as he himself is the end goal these super moves are working to achieve. Which means he must instead have an entirely new down special. As such, his new unique attack is a movement option loosely adapted from one of his skills in Dragon Ball FighterZ. As Ultra Instinct, Goku is able to perform up to 3 flips, either forwards or backwards. These quick flips naturally make it very hard for foes to hit him, however, what makes this move truly terrifying is Goku's ability to cancel all of these flips at any point into any attack. Which just, yeah, that's broken and scary, and it's awesome. I love it. EC says, hey, I heard your gifts are pretty strong. Let me fight them. It's lucky we got here when we did. Otherwise, Goku would have killed a lot more of the gifts. Shield Special! Because I love when people include these. Ki Charge. It's how you charge Ki. Obviously. The more you charge it, the more your bar fills. But when Ultra Instinct, it becomes Guiding Impulse. This is a counterattack move where Goku closes his eyes and trusts his instincts. If he's attacked, he would pick up the foe, toss them behind him before unleashing a barrage of imperceptible strikes and launching the foes away. It does fall into the pitfalls of standard counters, however, the sheer power of the counterattack combined with the Ultra Instinct Goku's other terrifying options still make it useful in a pinch. But what about the final smash? And both of them are dead! No! It's fine. I don't actually have to describe a spirit bomb, right? Everybody and their uncles and their grandmothers and their ancestors even understand what a spirit bomb does. He launches into the air, yells, share your energy with me, creates a spirit bomb over his head, and then just slams it into the stage, dragging anyone hit by it. It's the big bomb. But Ultra Instinct is the Silver Dragon Flash. Flashes a burst of ki energy before charging forward with a destructive punch. If the punch hits at least one foe, they will be trapped in for the rest of the attack, which consists of a barrage of blows so fast that Goku is imperceptible to the eye, being represented only by motion trails. This lasts until Goku punches the foe up with an uppercut before following up with a massive point-blank Kamehameha, launching anyone hit by the beam, including foes not caught in the initial strikes, into the blast zone in what is likely one of the most powerful final smashes in the entire game damage-wise. This is based on Ultra Instinct Goku's Level 3's Super in Dragon Ball FighterZ. Right. Okay. Aesthetics. Because definitely isn't the character that's lacking for costume choices. We got the basic, we got the classic Yi, we got the Cyan thing from the end of Dragon Ball FighterZ, we got Teen Goku stuff, we got whoever this fucker is, we got Vegito, we got Young Krillin Yellow, we got Goku GT outfit, we got Goku Black, and we got Grace. Oh, that's fun. That's actually really cool. Honestly, all manga that, all crossover games that use manga characters should have a mode like this, where it's just like actual manga grayscale art style. That'd be sick. I would love that. Stage intro flies in on the flying Nimbus. Because of course. And of course. Kirby gets Goku's hair. And that does mean that Kirby can get into a beam struggle. Yes! Oh, just imagine that. Just the mental image of Kirby getting into a beam struggle with the Ultra Instinct Goku and Kirby winning. And just the amount of salt that would create that's possible. But it's true. Kirby beats Goku. Everybody knows it. Boxing ring title is the Super Saiyan Warrior. Does his whole stretching idle animation there. Or jumping in place. That's a very fair point, Shanti. He does get into beam struggles in his own games. He's got a celebratory jumping into the air iconic wind pose. We've got yelling so loudly the entire screen shakes. Yes. Love that. And his back taunt is his classic pose while saying, "Hey, it's me, Goku." And down taunt, sits down for a moment and pulls out a bowl of random food before slurping it all down. Love it. Victory theme, definitely not clicking that. That will kill the stream. All of Goku's victory animations tie into which transformation Goku was in when the match concluded, so each individual transformation has one victory screen, adding up to 4 in total. Base Goku puts on a pair of sunglasses, strikes a peace sign, and says, "I'd like to fight you again sometime." Super Saiyan Goku would briefly charge up his ki before giving the camera a thumbs up, saying, "See you later." Victory 3, God Goku would make a finger gun motion before shooting ki blasts all around the frame. Finished off by pointing at the camera while saying, "It's done." And Victory 4 would begin by looking down before looking up and turning his back to the camera, proclaiming, "This here is the power of Ultra Instinct." Taken from Dragon Ball FighterZ. In team battles, if Goku loses all of his stocks and then steals one from his ally, he would return with a halo above his head for the rest of the match. That's adorable. That's hilarious. I love it. This should be a given, but since this is the first time it's been relevant for one of my characters, I may as well mention it here. In English, he'd be voiced by Sean Schemmel, while being voiced by Masaki Nozawa in Japanese, and in Spanish, Mario Castaneda. And as a fun Easter egg inspired by Project M Giga Bowser and Wario Man, holding ZL and ZR while selecting Goku on the CSS would cause him to start the battle already in Ultra Instinct and remain as such for the rest of the match, even having a new entrance animation based on his intro in Dragon Ball FighterZ. This would very obviously be banned in competitive play, but you can't deny that messing around with this would be a ton of fun in casual play. Yes, please. That's awesome. That's hilarious. Love it. Conclusion. Goku would certainly make for a fascinating character to play as within a platform fighter setting. From his high execution combos to his wide variety of potential transformations, he would undoubtedly bring a fresh gameplay experience to the world of Smash that would be a sight to behold. That being said, it should go without saying that his chances of ever actually making it into Smash for real are effectively zero, as he holds the special distinction alongside Iron Man as one of the 2 characters to be explicitly stated by Masahiro Sakurai to never happen. Throw a curveball at you for this. I don't think this is true anymore. I think that after Ultimates, especially given that Sakurai might not be included in that anymore, and especially given that Bandai Namco seems to be taking reins of the series, and Namco has both included, like, non-video game character or guest characters in their video games, and just, I don't know, might have a thing or two to do with Dragon Ball, I think this is way more likely than it has ever been to happen in the future. Not saying it will, but, like, it's no longer the pie-in-the-sky imaginary dream that people think it is. But yeah, this was fun. Like, it's a lot. Probably wouldn't happen in an actual Smash game just because it's 2 separate movesets. Although, to be fair, if you're doing 2 separate movesets for a character, and you want people to be like, "Oh yeah, this cool character, buy this character," Goku's the character you do that with. But I do think if you just kind of edited out the Ultra Instinct, I could totally see this working in the context of Smash Brothers. Just having this transformation gimmick where you're trying to get to the super powerful transformations where your moves are actually doing the cool, super powerful shit that you want them to do. I could totally see this working. It's very nicely designed. I love how much thought was put into making sure that every single move naturally evolves with the transformations while still making them still function in tandem with each other. That's very hard to do. I'm impressed that you managed to do it. But yeah, it was a good time. You know, just because I did it for Ferality as well, might as well click the compendium. LavaSlug's got a ton of great movesets. We got the Dark Matters. We got whatever the hell this is. We got Springtrap. Oh, God, right. We got this. This was a thing. We got Missing No. We got the Visionary, the Devil, Thanos, Builder Mario, Faker, Dimitri. More creepypasta stuff, because of course. Ooh! I like Henry Stickmin, that's a fun one. As well as, oh my god! So, you guys can't see this. You know, hold on a second, I will go full screen for this. So watch my 7 of 249 pages. You madman. Is this all stuff? Or is there like... Oh, okay, so it's gets away from like full documents as you go to just like paragraph like pitches. But holy shit! What? Once you get into like 200, how crazy do the picks become? Oh, okay, so we're in the Star Wars section now, as you'd expect to be. Ferdinand, classic character, definitely should be in Smash Brothers. Scroll down a bit more. I saw Gumball there. Got an SCP followed by multiple versions of Creepypasta Mickey. That's 3. That's 4. 4 of them. Okay. Creepypasta Sonic stuff. Multiple. Oh my god, so many. Just all... What the shit? This is like just 50 pages of... He's a stats fighter! Based on his channels! And he's got a Biolith gimmick! Based on the logo! That's so stupid. I love it. Oh god. Got the dumb ways to die thing. We've got not Jacksepticeye, specifically his anti-version. We got the Cat in the Hat, because of course we do. Pepsi Man. God, can we just spend the rest of the stream just going through these? That's a handful in of itself. Wow. Okay, hang on. No. No. I want... I see a cereal box there. That's interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I'll go full screen again, just so you all can bask in the majesty that is this picture. There's Cyborg. Okay. All the Mickeys. Mr. Electric from Shark Boy vs. Lava Girl. Oh, this is great. That's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Sorry, that kind of took a turn at the end there. I got very distracted, but that was a very fun concept. Thank you, LavaSlug. I always love reading through your stuff. Okay, next up we have something very different. Get the music set up. Something that has been done before in Peasant's perspective, but not very often. From 3XHS, we have just an entirely new game concept. Always love when we see these. So for previous submissions, I've mostly talked about additions to existing series, namely Smash items and a new StarCraft concept. However, at the moment, my concepts for those are more lengthy and difficult, so instead I've elected to show a fully original concept here. This one basically started from me being tired after an exam and coming up with this. From there, I ended up fleshing it out enough that I felt I could share it. With all that said, let's get to it. What I have today is a game concept called Duelist. A game about seeking out people, speaking with them, solving their problems, and learning who they are. And then dueling them to the death. Gotta say, as an elevator pitch, that is a phenomenal elevator pitch. What are the links in the description? Oh, shoot! Oh, thank you, Algot. 1 second. Apologies, technical difficulties, but I totally forgot to change the document in the description of this video. Sorry about that. Copy link, live streaming, edit. Boop. I do just copy and paste these descriptions just because it's easier. Normally, I remember to change those over, but apparently I forgot this time. Thank you, Algot. I totally would have missed that, had you not said anything. Okay. Back to the concept. Basic overlay. It's kind of hard to give a brief pitch of Duelist structure and gameplay, but I'll do my best here. The game is split into 12 chapters, each revolving around one opponent set in a unique location. Individual chapters would probably take around 1 to 2 hours when going through as quickly as possible, likely closer to 3 or 4 with side quests and optional content. Much of a chapter will consist of either adventure or combat, with varying goals depending on the situation shown. The opponent of each chapter serves as its respective final boss. These bosses are very difficult at first. However, as the player learns more about them through the adventure and combat phases discussed earlier, they will gain advantages in the fight. Some of these are more mechanical, having an opponent flash to signify a weak point they can hit during certain attacks, for example, while others are more general. Details about their patterns and AI, or approaches to take in fighting against their tools. This forms the fundamental gameplay loop of Duelist. Learn about your opponent through fighting other enemies or the environment and characters around them, then use that information to succeed in their fights. So, kind of taking like the almost an Ace Attorney approach of like, okay, slowly find evidence, build your case against this person, but with murder. I kind of love that. After successfully defeating a boss, the player will get access to their weapon to be used in future combats, as well as learning some of their fighting style. The amount the player learns is dependent on how much information the player gathered earlier. Most elements of a weapon's moveset are based on the boss, though some are unique to the player. However, many techniques are locked behind certain pieces of information, so the player is encouraged to find as much as they can. If the player misses some of the information, there will be chances to learn them later via side quests and other NPCs. It just might be a tad more difficult. That should be a rough explanation of the basic concept. I'll go more in depth below, but beforehand I'd like to discuss the design goals I had. Remember to share the document this time. There we go. Design goals. I'd like to preface this by saying that making design goals for an entire game, rather than an individual part of it, is difficult. Try my best here, but do note that they will be rather broad. Adventure. Give the player benefits for interacting with the world directly. I don't want the game's adventure sections to just be things players rush through and ignore. Give the player reasons to directly interact with the world. Makes it more likely that they'll actually do so. Meaning they can see the world as more than just a vehicle to get from fight to fight. Of course, this should be done in a way that's actually fun and interesting, rather than just forcing the players to go through content they don't want to. Make the player feel connected to the locations they're going through. Working with the above point, the things to do in the adventure should connect them to the areas they travel in, giving them things to think of and remember. This once again plays into making the areas interesting to travel through, and not just something to avoid. However, there are other reasons that players should be connected to any individual area, such as side quests and unique-looking area designs. Tell the stories of the people who inhabit each area. Yes, world-building stuff. More of this, please, in everything. So much of modern media just forgets how to do this. Furthering the above point, side content in an area should be memorable, and often the best way to make areas memorable is to connect them to characters. Giving players interesting characters they meet across the adventure will not only make their travels more interesting, but will encourage players to experience side content and explore the places they go, as well as making the world itself feel more alive. All good things to attempt. Lastly, for adventure, inform the player about the boss and create tension for their inevitable fight. Arguably, the most important part of the adventure sections are to prepare the player to fight the boss at the end of the chapter, and hype it up as a fight that they can be invested in. While the world itself should be existing as an interesting feature, it should also build tension for the things the player will face ahead. Combat. Prioritize the player's caution as the primary cause of their survival. I think it's fitting for the concept of the game if the player has to be careful and not overextend for survival. Not only does it fit the tone and create tension, but also encourages players to think about the opponent more and only strike when they feel they can get away with it. Allow options for player expression through their decision-making and choice of playstyle. By giving the player more options, we give them not only a variety of methods by which they can tackle incoming obstacles, but also allow players to play by methods that they enjoy and feel a more personal connection to the game. It also encourages players to interact with the game by making their own decisions more often. Also make bosses dominate gameplay to fit with their narrative presence. Fundamentally, this game is about the various bosses the player fights. It's called Duelist, after all. The people the player duels is pretty important. In order to enable a degree of ludonarrative harmony, bosses should be as important and imposing in gameplay as they are in the story, not only to give the game a clear focus in terms of game structures, but also to encourage players to latch onto the stories of the bosses by forming a connection through their respective fights. Gameplay, adventure, basic controls, and UI. Alongside basic movement, the game uses a 4-button layout during adventure. 1 button for jump, 1 for running, 1 to attack with their weapon, and 1 to interact with the environment. While in menus, interact doubles as confirm an attack, but doubles as back. Movement is mostly left to right, with the player being able to hold up and down to look in the directions they can't see. This would work with a stick or a D-pad. UI during adventure is essentially non-existent. Near the top of a screen, the area name is displayed, and if they stand still, a mini-map will appear. Outside of those, there's very little at base. The menu can be I love seeing pure, like, from the ground up game concepts, because you always get, like, the 3 pages of just menu stuff. So yeah, we gotta define this stuff, guys. No, not really. It does give a better mental image of just how you'd actually be interacting with the game via gameplay. It helps create that mental image of what you're experiencing here. I shouldn't make fun of it. The menu can be opened and navigated while the player walks around, and is mostly navigated vertically. Letting the player access the menu while they move around saves some time. The display shouldn't be particularly obtrusive, but should give the player options to open the setting, check the area map, or switch out their current weapon. Notably, there is no display of where to go next. The players will end up having to do some exploration, potentially stumbling onto side content, or just looking up a walkthrough. That would probably happen. The game's adventure segments will consist of the player walking around left and right, viewed from the side, similar to a 2D side-scroller. For a direct comparison, think Valkyrie Profile for the PS1. The game's jump is fairly low, but carries grounded momentum very well. Grounded movement is also very fast, primarily to reduce the annoyance of any backtracking that would happen. Platforming does exist, but it's not super frequent. Most of the player's time will be spent going from area to area. This is primarily for the purpose of preserving the verisimilitude of areas. I think I've said that right. The game takes place in a lot of towns and natural environments, and it's kind of hard that people would be particularly pleased with having to do elaborate climbing and jumping challenges to simply get to the local market. Part of the reason the jump even exists is just to give players something to do while moving around. While environmental interaction is somewhat limited, the player will still be able to do things like climbing ladders, entering doors, or cutting down various objects. Areas are usually fairly large, and combat is often sparse. As such, much of the player's time will instead be spent exploring the environments themselves, or navigating them from location to location. To cut down on spare time, the players will be able to fast travel between important locations within the game's larger areas. As such, as soon as a player runs into an enemy, combat will start. Within each chapter, individual locations tend to be large. There are numerous individual areas within each location, alongside various secrets and small details within these areas. These could include difficult-to-reach areas, small hidden items, or just out-of-the-way NPCs and world details. Most areas are larger horizontally than vertically, simply by nature of how movement in the game works. As players climb and run and jump through the game's locales, they'll likely stumble across some secrets of their own, though others will be more well hidden. Of course, they may get taken along the route of those less easily accessible ones due to side quests, NPCs moving about, or simply wanderlust. The layout of the game isn't going to be strictly non-linear in structure, but players will be able to take a number of routes to get from one point to another, some of these routes being more or less straightforward while others require larger detours. An example chart of an area is included to get the idea across. There's a big interconnected map of everything you can get to. Granted, the degree of exploration will depend on the chapter. Some more unconventional chapters like 4, 10, and 12 will have more limited exploration simply because their structure means that the areas will have to be smaller. Despite this, most of the game's chapters will at least have large enough areas that it's worth exploring them. Gathering information is one of the most important points of the game. Information about the boss can severely change the difficulty of a boss fight, as will be described later. This information can be gathered in a number of ways. The easiest of these will simply be speaking to NPCs and investigating locations. Certain NPC dialogue in certain areas may give some insight into how a boss fights. For example, the player could come across an old battlefield and see the boss swings, leaving massive crags of rock where they missed attacks, getting information about a special move. More involved methods of gathering information might deal with specific story events, where the player encounters something that gives them information. This could be as simple as a small cutscene involving an NPC, or something a bit more involved. An example here could have the player watching a sparring match between the boss and another opponent, getting information on one or perhaps multiple options available to the boss. Lastly, the most involved method of finding information would involve completing side quests. Upon completing some side quests, the player might also receive some information. For example, an NPC might ask the player to bring peace to a loved one who fell in combat. In exchange for the player's actions, they'd give information about the boss's fighting style. The exact effects on this information gathered will be discussed in the combat section, but suffice it to say that it does transfer to direct gameplay benefits as well as just giving the player useful knowledge. Most of the chapters in this game will have NPCs outside of the main boss. Oftentimes their roles will just be minor. Inhabitants of a city, researchers looking at an ancient ruin, fellow drifters wandering through the environments. While this is something that would undoubtedly take some effort, I'd ideally want these NPCs to consistently have their dialogue and position change regularly as the player progresses, so that it feels like they're actually going through their daily lives. It also adds the opportunity to tell some fun stories with those characters. Side quests are likely going to be rather involved, telling actual stories of the characters within, rather than just being side content for the sake of side content. These would be done to improve the world building and atmosphere of in-game areas and to give the player some other things to focus on than the main story. Additionally, it will give the player more enemies to fight that have some reason behind the combat, rather than simply throwing out enemies for the player to fight, where individual fights can start to feel boring or unnecessary, something I really would prefer not to happen. If you want a rough idea for what I'm going for with side quests and NPCs, the primary inspiration for these would be the Trails series, particularly Trails in the Sky, FC, and SC due to the way those games are structured. Repeat playthroughs would likely give the player additional side quests or extra choices within them. After all, no reason not to add some extra replay value for dedicated players. In combat, the game uses 6 buttons. 3 attack buttons, light, medium, and heavy, as well as a button for deflect, a button for quick special inputs, and a button for super attacks. Movement can be controlled with a stick or D-pad on a traditional controller. UI is generally very sparse in combat, showing the player's HP, guard, and concentration bars. HP and concentration on the bottom of the screen, guard on the right side. Notably, the enemy's HP and guard are not shown, both to force the player to pay attention to the opponent's patterns in order to find out how close they are to winning, as well as to add stress as the player does not know whether the fight will end soon. I love stuff like that. It's one of the biggest reasons I love Monster Hunter. You can't see the enemy's health bar. You kind of just have to keep pushing through until you can start to see the limp. The game plays somewhat like a traditional fighting game, though slightly different. Holding left and right will move the character on the ground, pressing up and down rather than crouching and jumping, have the character go into a low or high stance. The player holds away from the opponent to block, holding back, down back, or up back. Each blocks various attack types. Up is high attacks, overheads, and mid attacks. Back is overhead, mid, side, and leg, and down is mid, leg, and low. Fighting game players may notice there are more than usual here. The new categories here are high attacks can only be blocked by holding up back, side attacks can only be blocked by holding directly back, and leg attacks can only be blocked by holding down or down back. This means the player has to remain vigilant, as there are more ways that the enemy can mix them up on block. The player also has access to a parry, known as deflect. It must be used alongside the same directions as a block, and has limited active frames. It also has recovery frames, or can be punished in return. In return, deflecting attacks significantly reduces block stun, avoids chip damage, and builds concentration. When certain attacks are deflected, the enemy will also be forced into a long recoil animation, letting the player retaliate. I really like this format. There's a lot to remember, but it's specifically presented in a way that encourages people to learn the specifics of what an attack is. This is less learning patterns in a fighting game and more of the kind of, preparation you'd expect. Like games that have loadouts, but instead of getting a loadout of equipment, you're getting a loadout of information to be able to counter what various attacks are. It's interesting. I'm enjoying this. Dashes are fairly standard compared to most fighting games. They're faster than normal, as this is a single-player game, and thus reactability is not as much of an issue. Backdashes have a lot of invulnerability, making them a strong defensive option, whereas forward dashes have very low end lag, making them useful to get hits the player might normally be out of range for. Let's talk about the major meters used in the game. HP is pretty standard. Take enough damage and the player will go down. The game does not have a gray life equivalent, though the player does take chip damage from blocking. This means that the player will be whittled down by blocking anything, and must deflect every attack for a truly perfect run of a block. Of a boss! Sorry. There is no reliable way to quickly recover HP during a fight, though it is recovered at the end of every fight. Guard is the second major resource the player must keep track of. It starts at 100% and can be depleted in various ways. When blocking an attack, the player will lose a small amount of the guard gauge. Attempting to deflect will lose a medium amount of guard, though the player gains it back on a successful attempt. Additionally, if a player gets a counter hit, they will lose additional guard. There are also certain special moves that the player can use to deplete their guard. When guard is fully depleted, then the player will be guard broken when they attempt to block, locking them in an animation so that the enemy may attack freely. Guard slowly recovers over time. A significant amount is also gained if the player lands an amplified hit from a special move or lands a weak point attack. More on those mechanics later. If the concentration gauge is full, then anything that would normally increase concentration will instead increase guard. The last resource we have to talk about is concentration. It starts at 25% and can be gained and used on a variety of options. Concentration is gained from the following actions: attacking, blocking, successfully deflecting, using specials, landing specials, hitting the amplified hits of specials, hitting weak point attacks, standing still, dashing, not being hit for a long time, and entering sword draw stance. Interesting, can't wait to see what that is. Concentration can be used in a variety of ways. The most obvious is that 100% of the gauge can be used to activate a super. Some special moves also cost concentration, or can be amplified at the cost of concentration. The resource can also be used by pressing the buttons for special and deflect at the same time, which burns 20% of the gauge to use a focused deflect. This has more startup and whiff recovery as well as fewer active frames when compared to regular deflects, but will cause a recoil or knockdown on every attack the enemy has. Additionally, on a successful focus deflect, the player instantly recovers, allowing for easier punishes and... Okizim? I have no idea what that word is. The player can also press all 3 attack buttons to enter Pure Mind, a state available to the player at any given time. During Pure Mind, the enemy's attacks and animations are slowed down significantly. The player's damage is increased, their dashes are drastically sped up, and their deflects have no startup. Pure Mind rapidly drains concentration while it is active, and can be deactivated by pressing all 3 attack buttons again. During Pure Mind, other concentration options can be used as if the player was at the concentration value they had before activation. If they spend more concentration than they currently have access to, the player will instead cut into their guard at a significantly higher cost. Pure Mind will automatically end if the player runs out of guard and concentration. Lastly, supers have unique animations when they're done with Pure Mind. There are 2 methods of using special moves. The first is by using traditional motion inputs. The second, meanwhile, is by using quick specials. The player can equip a set of 5 quick specials for each weapon, 1 for neutral and 1 for each cardinal direction. Supers, meanwhile, can only be used by pressing the super button. While they vary depending on the equipped weapon, they typically deal a large amount of damage, especially if landed when the opponent is in a weak point state. There are 2 unique states that enemies or the players can be in. The first is the counter hit state, which is pretty standard. It happens during the startup of most attacks, as well as the recovery of some special moves. Getting a counter hit results in dealing 1.15 times damage and some extra hit stun, which is useful. Certain attacks will result in the opponent crumpling, allowing for the player to respond with an attack. The other of these states is weak point. During certain attacks from the enemy, they'll be in a weak point state for the duration. If the enemy's hit during this state, the player's concentration meter is increased, and the attack deals 1.5 times damage. Additionally, the enemy can be fully stunned by this attack, allowing for massive follow-up damage. It should be noted the player can be counter-hit, but does not have weak point states. Whew. Starting to run out of steam, sorry. It's a nice narrative pace, but it's very, very constant, and... Sorry, just give me like 10 seconds to get some water and catch my breath. Ha, okay. Where was I? Right here, okay. Weak points can be fully stunned by this attack, or fast follow-up damage. Players can also be counter-hit, but do not have weak point states. Okay. As players defeat bosses, they'll unlock access to the weapons that the boss use. Each individual weapon has its own set of normals, including unique throws and command normals. The default normals for each will have 9 attacks: forward, neutral, back, up, up, forward, up, back, and down, down, forward, down, back. Plus each attack button, as well as unique command normals for each weapon. There's also a unique weapon in air quotes that will be discussed later. During combat, the player can swap weapons via the menu, though this animation takes time, meaning the player must be at least a little careful when changing weapons. Below is the list of available weapons. Longsword, the most average weapon available, and the one the player starts with. The longsword is sort of the defining weapon of the game, has fairly slow attacks, but high damage and relatively long range. Though these are fairly average for the game as a whole. Gauntlets have pitiful range, but in return are one of the fastest weapons, with strong combos and one of the few command throws in the game. Spear is both fast and with long range, making it excellent to get in stray hits on the opponent and keep them away, although that comes at the cost of fairly low damage. The War Scythe, fun, despite being a scythe, only has average range and long recovery on most of its attacks. In return, it has strong mix-up potential, good damage, and some very damaging combos. The longbow is one of the 2 primarily projectile-oriented weapons in the game, exchanging poor startup and poor hit stun combo potential for the longest range in the game, safe recovery, and solid damage. We got a type of polearm with a large single-edged blade, as well as a potential back spike, a Vulg. Sounds like a halberd, but not. One of the biggest weapons of the game. It's slow in startup and recovery, but it also has long range and huge damage. Also a command throw, and can remain surprisingly safe on block if its attacks don't whiff. We got the twin axes, the other main projectile of the game. The twin axes are better at close range than the longbow and have some strong combo options. However, the recovery can be devastating if the player misses, and a lot of their specials eat through the player's guard meter. The scimitar has lower than average range, but boasts excellent movement, strong mix-ups, and special moves that let them approach easily, fitting for a weapon originating from cavalry swords. This comes at the cost of being unsafe after a failed charge and lacking combo potential despite high damage. The staff is another all-rounder weapon. It has solid range, good damage and combo potential, and excellent movement, as well as uniquely being able to refill its guard bar faster. Its only real weakness is it being somewhat slow at close range. The greatsword is the other big weapon in the set. The greatsword exchanges the Vulg's range and safety for pure damage. It is by far the most damaging weapon, but also the least safe to use, as many of its special moves burn through the player's guard meter. You have the Khanda. I have no idea what this is either. Type of sword originating in India, with one edge covered by a plate to allow the user to grab the blade. Interesting. Fairly slow startup and recovery alongside slightly shorter range, in exchange for above average damage. However, many of its moves have auto guard in the attack startup or recovery, meaning it can effectively be used as a counter weapon. Last but not least is the pike, a weapon with huge range and good damage, alongside fast recovery and startup on longer range attacks. However, the player's movement is very slow with this weapon, and they can't reliably reposition. They become an immovable brick wall. Also has a command throw. Fighting styles, special moves. Each weapon has its own set of special moves. Most of these are learned as a result of getting information about the respective bosses, although some are learned at later points or are known by default. Additionally, special moves can be assigned in order to be input via the special move button and cardinal directions. The player can choose which specials are assigned for each weapon via the menu. Regardless, of which moves are assigned. The players can always input their specials via motion input. Lastly, special moves have a unique mechanic in this game known as amplified hit. Under certain circumstances, specific to each special move, they will perform an amplified hit, dealing bonus damage, refilling the player's concentration and sometimes having unique effects like extra hit stun or slowing the enemy. Oh boy. Starting to get that, like, if anybody's talked nonstop for a long time, that kind of jaw ache. Your jaw wants to start to seize up just a little bit. Give me 10 more seconds, please. Actually, let's make this a mini break. Just so I can have a chance not to take the narrative voice for a second there. How's everyone doing today? It's the end of the year. You feeling nostalgic for the year? You glad it's over? Got any New Year's resolutions? Give me an excuse to pretend like I'm interacting with chat so I can take a break from talking for a second. I wonder if I could get, like, you know those heating pads that'll have, like, put on your back if you just got, like, back pain? I wonder if you could, like, get one of those that wrap around your jaw. Like, you know what's his bucket from One Piece? Like, the first live-action One Piece episode. The dude with a metal jaw. Just make a attachment like that, but for just a heating pad. I would love to have that. Year was good overall. Glad to hear it. $2023 felt like a decent year after some stinkers. Definitely feel that. Definitely a better year than what I've had in a while. Carson is setting up public commissions. Nice! Happy to hear that. You're a talented artist. I hope it takes you somewhere. Oh, you know what I can talk about as a slight little break? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So I'm sure you all know about the little the XCOM strings that are coming up. I have actually been kind of starting to customize those in my free time. There is actually a link on the like the submission like page for where I've actually been moving chosen characters. There's actually existing pictures of how I've been customizing them. I have a full set of 8 prepared for the initial stream. I want to show off just one. People can choose to spoil themselves on the rest if they want. But look at this guy. Look at this dude. Whoops, that playlist went to the end of that. There's definitely nothing Cuphead related. Hold on, now come back! Where'd he go? Let me get you to the center of the... It's a shy guy that's a Templar. That's so funny. It's great. Anyway, cannot wait for those streams. It was just a silly, dumb idea of mine. But it's been so just delightful seeing how much people have been embracing that idea. Okay. I think that was enough of a mini break. I am ready to continue. Alright. Normal fights occur against regular enemies. Who would have thought? They're not too common, typically occurring as a way to let the player practice their weapons and to teach players how to deal with tools the boss might have. Fights can occur against one or multiple enemies, think World Tour. Enemies typically won't have too much health, maybe around half as much as the player. While these fights aren't nearly as difficult as boss fights, the player still has to be cautious due to the fact that enemies deal high damage. Notably, enemies are not killed during those fights, simply wounded and or incapacitated. Boss fights are the big fights of the game, and the primary draw. There are a total of 12, one for each chapter. We'll discuss individual bosses later, though each boss will play as a more effective, stronger version of how their weapons play. Bosses have a lot of health and deal pretty high damage, though they have patterns that can be followed. Most of their attacks have a degree of reactability, so that's not the English. So that's not the danger. Instead, the danger of bosses comes from having difficulty finding safe openings to deal damage and surviving their onslaught, both via actually not dying to their attacks and dealing with the player's own ever-burdened mental stack. Bosses are not meant to be easy here, and the player should expect to end up having to try a few times to truly understand how to fight the boss, rather. However, if the player gathered information about the boss during the adventure phase, they'll have a direct mechanical advantage. Some of the boss's attacks will have slowdown applied, giving the player more time to react. Other times, the player will see visual indicators of a boss's weak points, or even pre-images of what the boss is about to do. In other cases, the player won't be directly given an advantage, instead having heard of the boss's patterns and strongest attacks beforehand and knowing to watch out for them. The information won't make a boss fight easy, as even a few mistakes can end the player, but it will make it more manageable and give the player more leeway. As the fight goes on, a boss's patterns will become more tricky and unpredictable. They'll start using new moves to throw off the player. They'll also get access to their own supers under certain conditions, allowing them to seriously damage the player if they get the chance. As such, the player will have to try their best to keep themselves safe while chipping away at the enemy's health. The pace of boss fights will primarily be dictated by the players reacting to the enemy attacks. However, with a combination of skill and tenacity, the player will eventually manage to chip the boss down to low health. When the boss gets there, they enter the final phase of every boss fight, where their character will enter sword draw stance in order to land the very last blow. Sword draw stance is a stance the player will take near the end of a boss fight. This is partially because Lido is just really cool as a dramatic finisher, and partially to serve as a sort of last stand for the boss, as the player has to wear them down enough to finally strike and defeat them. While in the stance, the player cannot block normally, though they can deflect. Their attacks also don't differ by direction, simply by attack button. However, during this stance, their concentration meter is unlimited, and Pure Mind is always active by default. Deflect also has a longer duration, and their attacks deal massive damage. Additionally, they have special moves that let the player both attack and be evasive at the same time, letting them make up for their inability to block. Eventually, the player will be able to wear down the opponent, where they'll be vulnerable to Sword Draw's super move, a killing blow. This is hard to land, as most enemies will react to the attack and punish it unless they've been worn down to the very end, meaning the player has to be careful and watch for when their opponent is most vulnerable. After successfully landing the final blow, the player will have some time to speak with the boss during their final moments. This often won't be much dialogue, but gives just a bit more closure before, at last, they meet their end. And then, the curtain closes. Whew, okay. So initially, I had a plan of just writing down the events of the entire story here. However, as things went further, I realized that A, that would probably be way too much to read considering how much detail I was putting in, and B, that would take rather too long to write, to the point that I likely wouldn't finish this in time for this perspective. As such, I've decided to give a fairly brief summary of the 12 chapters of the game below. Okay. Let me get some water. Alright, Chapter 1, The Despo. Mostly a tutorial chapter. Though there's a bit of story, it's used to introduce the player to the mechanics and the main character, as well as the basic premise of the game. The Despo is not a particularly interesting character. They're basically just an evil person who's terrorizing the local townfolk for personal gain with their knights. Well, early game Fire Emblem boss, I understand. They wield the gauntlets. The player takes the place of the main character, hence the Duelist, who storms the castle in an attempt to duel the Despo. They succeed, the player moves on. Chapter 2, Zealot. The first chapter where the enemy has a bit more character to them, with a bit more depth in terms of the setting. The Zealot is the leader of a religious inquisition that is attempting to take over a group of small villages. Their weapon is the spear. After being punished by the church as a result of their failure to take an enemy city during a holy war, they were sent to conquer this area. They feel no love for their position and wish to regain their former status. The player is able to help defend the various towns if they wish, or simply go in and try to take down the Zealot. I do love what this is advertising as the basic gameplay format. Almost like a controllable difficulty setting. Being able to choose, like, yeah, no, I think I can take this person on head on. Almost Monster Hunter in a way. You can either choose to upgrade your gear, or in this case, gain knowledge. Or just try to take on the next challenge without any preparation, and potentially be punished for that. It is neat. I like it. Chapter 3 is the Harvester. In this chapter, the boss is the Harvester, the cause of a number of murders in the area. He was the child of a noble family in the area, but his family's control over the area was overthrown by various farmers. Hating the fact his family was overthrown and his parents were killed, he elected to strike back against the village, essentially preventing their harvest of grain with his own scythe. The Duelist happened to find some bodies, and as a result ended up helping the village in seeking out the murderer. Potentially out of altruism, or potentially as a simple desire to continue fighting and become stronger. Chapter 4 is the Assassin. The chapter starts with a bit of a twist. Introduced as the Baron, the chapter begins with the Duelist entering an anniversary party held by a major Baron. However, as the Baron goes to address people, he is suddenly killed by an arrow shot through his chest. And the true title of the chapter is that's fun! This chapter is a bit of a whodunit, where a new number of suspects are available. Every time someone replays the chapter, the actual assassin will be randomized from a list of a few suspects. They'll all have different motives, and the only way to tell who it is would be to look at the evidence. Regardless, the Duelist, having planned on dueling the Baron, will instead settle for dueling the Baron's murderer. Eventually, after finding them out, the player will get a chance to defeat the longbow-wielding assassin in a duel. 5 is the Mercenary Captain. It takes place in a small town near the site of a large battle. A band of sellswords are taking root here. Their leader is the Mercenary Captain, gruff old man who fought in previous wars. Now, with a few other skills and nowhere else to go, he wields his Vogue as the head of a band of mercenaries, currently employed to protect the various towns in the region. A number of other mercenaries are also present, including the captain's daughter. As usual, the Duelist happens to be passing through the area looking for someone to fight in order to get stronger. They settle on fighting the captain. While initially hesitant, the captain agrees to the duel, even despite the requests of the other mercenaries, on the condition that the Duelist ensures their duties are fulfilled, and the mercenaries will be in a place to continue after his own death. This happens, the duel occurs, the mercenary captain dies, and his daughter swears revenge on the Duelist. Chapter 6, the Healer. This chapter takes place in a small desert town with a caravan of merchants in the area. Its boss is the Healer. She was the former leader of a group of bandits, having retired due to old age, and started working as a healer for that group, though she still keeps her twin axes by her side, just in case she needs to fight someone. Meanwhile, the Duelist has arrived in a nearby town and they're wandering, and following some requests from the locals, has elected to try and deal with the said group of bandits. By investigating the group and defeating some of their members, the player can get information about the Healer. Eventually, the Healer goes out to defend her bandit group against the Duelist. Chapter 7 is the King, taking place in the prosperous Maria City. This chapter has one of the most open areas with plenty of various events and side quests occurring throughout the city. The boss is the king, one of the two rulers of the city who has made Mariah City what it is today, and the wielder of a scimitar. Despite this excellent pedigree, the king sees himself as unnecessary now, believing that his role would be better served by a successor who was new and more adaptable to the changing world. If only. It would be nice if people in power thought that way. As such, he's begun the process of abdicating to his daughter. Of course, the duelist requests to duel the king. And despite the requests of his viziers, the king agrees to do so in a few days. After a few days of learning about the king and the Maria City, the duelist is eventually given a place to publicly duel the king. The king is subsequently defeated, and among public outrage, the duelist moves onward. I am really invested in this character that's just not doing this out of altruism. Like, there's some dimension here, there's some depth. Some of the people he fights, he's doing it for a good cause. Others, it's just because he wants to get stronger. It's much more interesting than just deposing various evil people in positions of power. Like, I feel like I would actually be interested in this character's personality and seeing their story grow. Chapter 8, The Hero. The duelist meets a staff-wielding traveler on the road between a few major cities. The two work with each other to defeat a group of local bandits attacking a small town, where the duelist finds out their new companion is a famous hero whose skills with a spear are well known. She affirms this, though she laid down her spear years ago. Even still, the duelist asks to fight her. She declines. However, after the two work together to defend a few towns against the pillaging knights of a nearby lord, the hero agrees to a fight, on the condition that she'll only use her staff. As such, they duel in the ruins of an old castle, and the hero meets her end there. From there, the duelist thinks for a moment before deciding that they're ready to conquer the reason they started this journey. Chapter 9, The Swordmaster. The duelist starts this chapter by entering a small village atop a mountain. They approach a lonely house on the edge of the village, entering into it with their hand on their blade. Within is an old man, who upon seeing the duelist stands up to greet his fellow student, asking if you finally decided to achieve something more than mediocrity. The duelist doesn't react to the insult, simply asking the swordmaster to go outside and bring their weapon before leaving. The swordmaster, knowing what this means, takes his greatsword off the wall and follows the duelist. The two take stances in the snow outside, and the fight starts. Unlike most fights in the game, information cannot be gathered in this chapter. Instead, it is gathered in previous chapters. When the duelist speaks with people in previous chapters and reveals information about their history and why they intend to kill the swordmaster. I won't go too far into that backstory here. Regardless, this chapter is the shortest in the game, simply focusing on the fight between the swordmaster and duelist. At the end of the fight, the swordmaster sets his sword down, saying that the duelist might be strong enough to satisfy their legacy. The duelist, understanding this, goes to leave, and the swordmaster laughs. Ha! So I overestimated you then. Not enough will to finish the job. Worthless. Provoked by his words, the duelist dashes toward the swordmaster, ramming their blade through his chest. The swordmaster's last words are simply, "How pitiful." Then the duelist stands there alone in the blood-soaked snow, picking up the swordmaster's greatsword. Before they can leave, though, someone else shows up behind them, saying that they still have one promise to fulfill, the boss of Chapter 10, the Rival. The Rival is actually a recurring character throughout the story, appearing in Chapters 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 9. Sometimes entering into short fights with the player, sometimes giving them items, and sometimes even assisting them with quests. She and the duelist have been fighting for some time, pursuing their own combat skills to achieve separate goals. Many years ago, at the start of their respective journeys, the Rival and the duelist were a pact with each other that they would seek out strength, using each other's challenges as a way to hone themselves. Once the two completed their respective goals, they'd fight to the death, and the stronger of the two would live out their lives. The Duelist, after killing so many people and finding little from it, has started to regret this pact, but the two still continue with the duel. This chapter has a somewhat strange structure, cutting between various phases of the boss fight as the two fight with different weapons and flashbacks of their lives, and meetings before this moment. In these flashbacks, as well as during scenes where the player meets the rival in previous chapters, the player is able to gather information. The series of flashbacks and fights continues, eventually culminating with a duel between the Duelist longsword and the rival's Kanda. After a long, extended battle, the rival eventually falls. With her last words, she asks the Duelist to take her blade and her pendant with them and to watch the sunset with her. The Duelist agrees and stays with her to watch the sunset. Chapter 11, The Inheritor. 3 years after Chapter 10, the Duelist is living a simple life far away from people on the coast. Their only human contact is with a nearby village, where they occasionally travel to get firewood and foodstuffs. Outside of this, their life is mostly calm. Suddenly, the player's perspective shifts to another character, the Inheritor. She is the daughter of the mercenary captain, the boss of Chapter 5, wielding a pike and hunting down the person who killed her father alongside the other mercenaries. The chapter is split between the scenes of calm solitude with the Duelist and the Inheritor's hunt. As the Inheritor goes on, various scenes involving town NPCs and other mercenaries will give the player information about the Inheritor. When the Inheritor meets the Duelist, a boss fight occurs. Eventually, the Duelist disarms them, but rather than killing the Inheritor, lets them live. The Inheritor is shocked by this, wondering why someone so callous would leave them alive. The Duelist is not sure how to respond, leaving the battlefield. Chapter 12, What Lies Within. This chapter is arguably the strangest in the game. Unlike in most chapters, information cannot be gathered inside of this one. Instead, information can only be gathered for this chapter by completing certain objectives in previous chapters, which give information for this one. The chapter is itself essentially an extended self-reflection from the Duelists, where they question whether their life has been worth it, whether they are a good person, of course represented in-game as a fight with a version of themselves which wields the longsword. As they gain information and consider previous memories, they fight with that of themselves to see if they can find meaning to their life. Yet, if the player manages to succeed, which is not easy, especially without information, the boss fight is by far one of the hardest in the game. And instead of getting a game over on a failed boss fight, simply results in a separate ending. The Duelist manages to get through their existential crisis, understanding that despite the people they've killed, despite all they've done, they can still find purpose for themselves. The game ends with the Duelist atop the mountain where the rival died, sitting 3 sides in the rock, the Kanda, the Greatsword, and the Longsword. The camera pans back to see the weapons of all their other opponents embedded behind them. After all that, the Duelist sits down and watches the sunset one more time, letting their life as a Duelist leave them behind. They quickly gaze down at the rival's pendant before leaving, letting the sun set on their weapons. God damn, that was good! I feel straight up reinvigorated now. I can narrate more after this. That was a great story. Like, obviously the framework of one, but like I was genuinely invested in that. Well done. I would love to see this further fleshed out. Conclusion. Can't believe I'm done with this. It was a bit of a ride, especially considering I didn't have much to start off with. The hardest part of this was writing up the story. There's a lot of stuff I wanted to go over, and I initially set my sights too high for the purposes of this document. Eventually I had to cut the scope of the summary, probably for the best, but I'm happy enough with its current state. Thanks to all of you in the audience, as well as the Duke of Dorks, that's me. Now then, before the next doc, I figured it might be fun to go over my plans for future entries, in case anyone cares that much. I do, because I know what one of those is. I hope to have a few things planned in the future. For when I'm in the group working on Smashworks SmackDown, which should hopefully be submitted for January. I'm very happy with where that project's gone, and while I'm not the biggest contributor, I look forward to seeing people's thoughts on the project. As for future submissions from me, specifically, I have a few planned. I may end up submitting a moveset for Smashworks separately. Oh, okay. If only because I think it might be very fun to see it read aloud in a perspective. To leave some time between submissions, I'd probably submit around May, June-ish. After that, though, I have a few projects that I'm actually working on. At some point in the future, I may post a similar design doc for another game I have planned called Red Seas, which is a very different game. Unfortunately, that needs to be finalized a lot before I feel comfortable sharing it. StarCraft Faction Design Protoss, that's the one that's the one I really care about. May also end up coming soon. Though the wait for that might be a while considering I don't have nearly as much of a handle on what I want for that compared to the Terran. However, there's one more project I plan on working on over the upcoming year that is probably what I'm personally most excited for. It's going to require a lot of art and be rather unconventional for Peasant's perspective, but I'm really excited for it. As such, I've prepared a little teaser image for you on the next page. Ooh! That's a game you haven't heard about anything from for a while. Xenoblade Chronicles X! Remember when they ended that game with a cliffhanger? And just never touched it again? I remember that. Which is a shame, this is the best Xenoblade game. I don't mean this as a surprise as, wow, that was good, but I'm surprised by how much I was genuinely invested in this game. Something about the format. It reminded me a bit of kind of a multitude of stories from Live Alive. Just kind of a combo of the Street Fighter-esque modern day one with a bit of the Imperial China story mixed in there as well. I don't know, something about that got to me. I really enjoyed that. I would love to play this game. I love the idea of creating these insurmountable boss fights that you have to gather more information to be able to take them down. That's different. I can't think of anything else like that. And I would love to experience it. Very nicely done, 3XHS. I look forward to see what you bring in the future. Live Alive and Monster Hunter were really big inspirations. I could see it, yeah, I could feel it. Good games to take inspiration from. Alright. We have, oh gosh, we have 2 more left. Oh, but it's okay. This one's very, very short. Like, very short. I'm kind of surprised. Alright. A real high-class bout. A peasant's perspective submission by EC. Greetings, my fellow peasants. It's EC here, back for another round. So you've all heard of Cuphead, right? Studio MDHR's toon-reminiscent run-and-gun has certainly made waves among the gaming landscape, and for good reason. Through a combination of its challenging but fun gameplay and gorgeous unique art style, it has certainly earned a place in the hearts of all gamers. Is there any wonder why it ended up getting a show on Netflix? Well, I myself have also been enamored with this game and have been raring to play it for the longest time. But it did take a while due to my concerning... Ah! What the... Go back! I didn't do that! Getting my chance last year, I can safely say I enjoyed myself. In fact, I ended up getting inspired to make a Smash moveset for one of its many memorable bosses. You may have seen him in submission boxes from previous perspectives. Now, that would be all well and good, but thanks to Moveset Meltdown, I ended up making a Smash moveset for another Cuphead boss. So this leaves me with quite the dilemma. Do I go with presenting the new concept, or stick with the old one? The answer to this question lies in your hands, dear reader, including you, Duke, as I'm letting you choose which one you'd like. Oh. Oh. I'm following now. A small teaser for both fighters will appear on the next slide, along with a link to their actual cuts. Ah! Not much left to say, and it appears a brawl is brewing, so without further ado... Right. I probably should have seen that coming. Do both? Oh god damn, I could not do both. Well, it's pretty clear what both of these are. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Here's what I'll do. There we go. We'll let that run for like a minute. So I'm actually taking a moment to breathe as well. Right is very clearly winning with either 6 or 3 votes. I wasn't looking at the poll. 8 votes. Okay. 8 votes with the number of viewers we have. I think that's probably what we'll do. So, boop. Boop. Oh, wait. Yeah, hold on. Share, copy, paste. Thank you, Dylan. Alrighty. Let's do this. Moveset Meltdown number 20. Plant Edition. Plants are an invaluable asset in our environment. They provide oxygen, which is essential to our survival, and they serve as the primary source of nutrients for several wildlife species. They come in all shapes and sizes, are one of many beautiful aspects of our own Mother Earth. That being said, every rose has its thorn, and today's challenger is no exception to this rule. A seemingly innocent soul that looks like he just wants to be your bud. Come at him for his soul, though, and you'll make sure you're pushing daisies by the time he's done with you. With quite the floral arsenal to absolutely dominate and pollinate the battlefield. With this character in your hands, you'll be sure to grow on ya. Now then, as he's ready to put the pedal to the metal. We have a white screen. Cagney sprouts into the shuffle. Recommends. Nope, I way ahead of you. Cagney Carnation is one of the bosses from Inkwell Isle 1 of Cuphead. A giant sentient flower, he's one of the many residents of the island, who had his own soul owed to the devil, and much like the other residents, he certainly wasn't keen on the 2 cup children taking it from him. Posing as an innocent flower when first met, he was quick to reveal his more crazy side to the boys. While he was defeated soon after, his soul was saved by Cuphead and Mugman after they vanquished the devil. In the good ending. Now, with his newfound freedom, let's see how he can leave his mark in the world of Smash Brothers. Core ideas. In his boss fight, yes, gifts! I love gifts. Cagney shows quite a bit of potential for attacks already. One particular commonality among Cuphead bosses that I want to expand upon is the ability to transform from one phase to another, or even just for one attack, which is very fitting for the game's cartoon nature. I want Cagney to emulate this, and we'll do that by morphing parts of, or even his entire body, into various other types of plants for his attacks. Cagney would be a stage control fighter, turning said stage into his own little garden. Cuphead bosses tend to litter the arena with lots of projectiles and hazards for the player to overcome, so I feel Cagney should emulate that. As compensation, though, he wouldn't be very good up close. His tall frame, combined with his lightweight and slow attack speed, makes it so he's vulnerable when fighters can get in on him. He would also be much more adept on the ground compared to in the air. Be sure to have a solid attack plant when playing as him. Otherwise, you'd be seeing that knockback screen in no time at all. Cagney's personality and animations would come off as a tad unhinged. He would always display a massive grin, even when hit, though his grin would become wider and he gets a more crazed look in his eyes when attacking. His morphing animations would also be very fluid to match with the source game. Now, to address something you might be curious about, Cagney doesn't exactly move throughout the duration of his battle in Cuphead, and instead stays rooted in place the entire time. The way I would counter this and make him fit into the more open environment of a Smash Bros. Stage is that when he's walking or running, he would spawn plant legs like he does with one of his attacks. When in the air, his roots would morph into weird plant feet. What, no potted plants? Not letting him join his brother? I guess that makes sense. Basic attacks. Standard attack would be a 2-hit jab that can lead into a rapid jab. He punches once with each arm, morphing his hands into dandelions as he does so. Pressing A and holding it has him then blow it into his newly formed dandelion seed, scattering seeds forward for multi-hitting damage. The finisher ends with Cagney taking a deep breath before blowing the rest of the seeds forward in a ball-shaped projectile similar to the one he spits out in the second phase of his fight. While the seed ball counts as a projectile, it doesn't go very far and only does small flinching damage. I actually adore this. Like, it would be so easy just to make a basic rapid jab with just, oh yeah, he hits you. But no, there's some actual, like, that's so unique. I love that. That's adorable. Dash attack would do a short hop before rolling forwards, reminiscent of a tumbleweed. Functions like Snake's dash attack, knocking people away. Side tilt in a humorous showcase of those darn seasonal allergies, Cagney leans back as his nose morphs into a more human nose for a brief moment before he sneezes forward, a cloud of pollen indicating the hitbox. As a bit of startup, it is great at setting distance between Cagney and his opponent, and even has decent kill power. Up tilt, Cagney's petals turn a bright yellow as his head is set ablaze briefly, dealing multi-hitting fire damage before launching upwards, based on a sunflower and the process of photosynthesis with some obvious creative liberties taken. Down tilt, Cagney would morph his hand into a bell shape like that of a bluebell flower before ringing it low to the ground. Pops opponents upwards with a cute little ding-a-ling for added charm, like, wow! It would be so easy just to make these simple, like, piranha plants slipe with leaf, but this is making me want, like, a full-on, like, Cuphead platform fighter and just take the cartoony antics to 11. This is awesome! Smash attacks. Cagney would cover his face with his petals and rear back while charging. Once the button is let go, he lunges his face and arms forward. This attack has fantastic range and does great damage and knockback to boot, acting as Cagney's strongest smash attack. It can even be angled to at a slight diagonal upward or even downward trajectory. However, it has very poor startup and end lag. Plus, it doesn't count as a disjoint, effectively widening his hitbox. This is based on his lunging attack from the first phase of his attacks. I don't know if it's definitely not intentional, because that's just how Cagney works in his boss fights. But I love the parallel of both the plant fighters having massive extendo attacks. That's just nice. I like that. Up smash, Cagney would hunker down while charging before standing back up in a spring, and doing a sort of flexing pose as his body, including his head, takes the shape of a cactus. This attack has good coverage with the arms, however the hitbox on said arms acts as more of a sour spot that launches outwards. Meanwhile, the head itself is the sweet spot that launches straight upwards with very great knockback. Down smash, Cagney crouches and transforms his head into fellow Meltdown entry, a Rafflesia. Oh right, that was in Ferality. We're getting references to all sorts of other Peasant's Perspective submitters. This is great. Before burping out a massive stink cloud all around himself that launches opponents away at a low angle. His fastest but weakest smash attack. Neutral air. Cagney faces the camera and spins the petals around his head, dealing multi-hitting, slashing damage to anyone who gets caught before launching them away. This move in particular isn't based on any type of plant or a reference to something in Cuphead, but is more so derived from fellow plant characters Ivysaur and Piranha Plant. The petals could also morph to become more blade-like, turning Cagney's head into a weed whacker. Forward air, Cagney uses his newly grown legs to kick forward. While doing this, pine needles grow on his leg. This is a pretty solid get-off-me tool, especially if you land the sweet spot at the tip of Cagney's foot. Back air, Cagney turns around while morphing his leg into the flower of an angel's trumpet, which is a very toxic ornamental plant, interpreted here as an actual trumpet. Once doing this, Cagney blows into his newly formed trumpet leg, blasting out a sound wave of pollen that propels him slightly in the opposite direction in a similar way to Rob's or Corrin's back airs. Much like those two, there's a bit of startup and end lag to this move, but it deals great damage and knockback as a result, serving as Cagney's best aerial in terms of killing power. A bear. Cagney morphs his head into an arrow on a European U? I think I'm saying that right? Another toxic plant with the arrow itself resembling a berry. He then shoots a stream of berry juice upwards, dealing multiple hits of damage before launching with the final hit, much like Mii Gunner's up air. As you can probably imagine, this move has great vertical range at the cost of bad horizontal coverage. Down air. Cagney morphs his hands into palm tree leaves and shakes them below himself. A coconut falls out a set distance, knocking away anyone that gets hit. This is similar to Mega Man's hard knuckle down air. Unlike Mega Man, however, this move can't spike, only having upwards knockback. However, it is a bit stronger overall to compensate. Grab attacks. Grab and pummel. Cagney morphs his vines into arms as he then ensnares opponents with them. His pummel has him tug on the vine, squeezing the opponent. Forward throw. Cagney morphs his head into that of a Venus flytrap before chomping the opponent and spitting them out. Deals pretty good damage and knockback, serving as Cagney's best kill throw. Back throw. Cagney, presumably by accident, morphs his hand into a sundew, one of quite a few carnivorous plants that uses adhesive substances to trap their prey. With his hand now stuck to the opponent, he wildly shakes it, trying to get the opponent off before finally managing to do so, and launching the opponent behind him. The opponent does take damage while being shaked, making this throw solid for racking up that percentage. Up throw. Cagney tosses the opponent into his mouth before gargling a pool of acid, soaking the foe briefly before spitting them upwards. The gargling deals multi-hitting damage before launching straight upwards. This is based on a pitcher plant, aka Victory Bell. Down throw. Cagney's down throw has him do a weird sort of magic trick for all the folks at home. He sticks one hand into the ground, revealing a flower-shaped trap door that buries the opponent standing on it. This is based on the floating bladderwort, an aquatic carnivorous plant. We got chemistry, now we're getting some plant-based biology? This is a straight-up educational peasant's perspective. Neutral special, Gatling plant seed. Seed plant, rather. Cagney morphs his head into the Gatling gun as seen from his boss fight. From there, he essentially shoots a volley of seeds straight upwards. At first, this pretty much just works like Ivysaur's bullet seed. What makes this attack stand out, however, is that after about a second of shooting, one of the seeds will hit the ground and spawn a toothy terror on stage. These serve mostly as annoyances, only dealing small flinching damage and can be taken out rather easily, as well as despawning after damaging an opponent. Plus, Cagney can only have 2 of these out at a time. Now, there are 3 types of toothy terrors that can be summoned using this special. Allow me to quickly describe them on the next page. A purple seed spawns a baby tooth terror. The baby tooth terror remains stationary and chomps anyone near that makes contact with them. A blue seed spawns a toothy terror chaser. They chase the opponent that are closest to them. They're slow but persistent, not giving up the chase until they die. And a pink seed spawns a toothy terror floater. They fly across the stage horizontally and periodically spit out a seed towards the current location of the closest opponent. Getting hit by the seed would not despawn the little nuisance, and you can only hurt them as they open their mouth to shoot the seed. Physical contact will still despawn them, though. Side special, Magic Hands. Cagney cups his hands together and shoots out one of two projectiles. Like the neutral special, the projectile shot out is on a cycle. As for what the projectiles are, Cagney can either shoot out a sycamore seed that essentially acts like Samus's boomerang, or an acorn that acts like Samus's missile, with slight homing properties, but otherwise keeping a straight trajectory. Only one of these projectiles can be out at a time. Up special, Shroom Rotor. Cagney's up special has him summon those flying mushroom platform things from his boss arena. When used in the air, it's essentially Snake Cypher, but much worse. Cagney hangs onto the top platform as it travels a pitiful distance upwards before he loses his grip and enters free fall as the platform flies away. It also can't damage foes and can be stood on even while recovering, which reduces the already abysmal flight path. When used on the ground, Cagney will summon the platform in front of him, and by tilting the control stick, you can decide whether the platform will travel straight forwards or upwards. These platforms will slowly travel in the inputted direction until they reach the blast zone. On a small note, you can place a baby toothy terror on it to make them more mobile. You can only have one platform traveling in each direction at a time. That is a fascinating gimmick. I love that. Just that kind of platform creation. Platform fighters in general rarely poke around with that, but anytime they do, it's always such a fun little gimmick. Love this. Down special is Thorny Roots. Has him thrust both arms into the ground as thorny vines start slowly growing in front of him, covering the ground as they go. Once the special button is pressed again, a clump of vines at the end of the trail will shoot upwards, dealing big damage to anyone who gets hit. The kicker here is that if the vines shoot up under a platform, including the one spawned through the up special, they will actually shoot up past the platform, allowing you to get ridiculous vertical range if played right, making up for Cagney's lack of aerial prowess. The vines that grow along the ground just deal damage and launch upwards, similar to lava from Stage Builder, but without the knockback growth. While a scary tool if played right, the speed at which the vines travel and the startup and end lag make it risky to throw out, especially up close. If used in the air, the move is a simple stall and fall where Cagney morphs his legs into one big thorny vine before doing a dive kick that drags opponents downwards, with multi-hitting damage if they make contact. This is similar to Corrin's down air. And final smash is Floral Feast. Upon activation, Cagney transforms into his dandelion form from the second phase of his fight. From there, large thorny vines begin protruding from the stage and bottom blast phones, each dealing big damage and knockback. The attack ends with Cagney grabbing the nearest player and crunching them, dealing high damage, knockback, or even just killing if the opponent was past 100% after the bite. In the latter case, Cagney would quickly morph one of his hands into a leaf and use it like a napkin to wipe his mouth after the delicious meal he just had. Extras! Alternate colors. Default Cagney, orange. We got a red based on the murderous mushroom. We got a purple based on the terrible tulip. A blue based off of Goopy Legrand. We got brown based off of the acorn maker and the aggravating acorns. Pink based on the bouncing beetle. Black based on the mosquito. And yellow just to have it, based on fellow maniacal flower from an indie game that got a Mii costume in Smash. I wish that Smash did more crossover alts. Just crossover costumes in general. It's a gold mine monetization right there that Nintendo's just not touching. Tots! It's a glorious Kirby hat. Cagney Carnation. With this copy ability, Kirby gains the Gatling Seed Gun as his neutral special with a very cursed... Oh god! Oh, with the eyes too? Yeah! I mean, it's perfect, but wow. Entrance is the same entrance that he does in these actual boss fights. Boxing ring title, Floral Fiend with a friendly facade. When an idol has him taking an intimidating stance while slithering his tongue like a snake. Number 2, stands more upright and shakes his fist based on his unused screenshot from this fight. And of course, idol stance would be the iconic, just hand dancing thingamabobber. Taunt-wise, up taunt, Cagney pulls on 2 of his petals like hair in a fit of frustration. A reference to the animation that plays transitioning from the first phase of his fight to the second. Side taunt, Cagney briefly puts on his friendly facade to do an innocent pose before glaring at the foe and chuckling to himself. And down, a little sapling appears beneath Cagney, quickly morphs one hand into a watering can and waters the plant. That's adorable. Love that. Victory animations. Victory 1, Cagney briefly laughs before having to sneeze, temporarily covering the surroundings in pollen. Once that clears up, Cagney is seen smirking at the camera in a similar way to his Phase 1 death screen, with the animation itself inspired by both of Cagney's death quotes. Victory animation 2 snaps his finger as 3 deadly dead daisies spread up from the ground and frolic around Cagney in celebration, while Cagney lets out a smug chuckle. I guess he made his opponents push up daisies. And number 3, with his hands morphed to look like hedge clippers, quickly gets to work on a topiary of one of his defeated opponents. He then gets behind the shrub and cuts the fighter's head off. Oh, it's like each of his... That's great! He actually makes a topiary of the fighter's head and then decapitates it. That's so nice! And defeats... Cagney continuously screams in agony as his eyes become hollow, based on his knockout animation on any difficulty other than simple. On another note, if Cagney's last opponent KO'd in a match, instead of the usual game, you get Cuphead's knockout screen instead. Click on the link below to return to the initial presentation. So that's the end of it. Nice! I am extremely impressed by how solid the theming of that moveset was the entire way through. Hold on, let me get back. It's a bit hard to do this with slideshow format, but... like, just keeping the cartoon antics and just the plant theming so resolute through the entire thing. Like, this went so much harder than it had to do. But it did, and it's fantastic for it. So having all sorts of fun, neat, niche plants to enable more unique attacks than just, okay, he hits you with a leaf. He hits you with another leaf. This is a flower headbutt. No, he turns into a cactus and a Rafflesia, however you pronounce that. Or cactus, or pine needles, or this angel's trumpet thingamabobber. And the moveset itself also seems really, really fun. I'm genuinely impressed by this. Well done, EC. Well done, indeed. All right. We got one more to grab. Oh, thank God this one's short. Okay. We'll survive this stream. Been talking for 4 hours, but this is a nice thing to end off on. Let me move the music over. Oh, please say... I'm going to skip what might be... I don't know if this is a game... or no, it's a cartoon soundtrack. I'm not touching that then. That's a good way of getting copyright struck. Alright, last but not least, from Jared Hebert, who's apparently been working on this throughout the entire stream. Peasant's Perspective. Die cast Competition, It's a Lost Art. A concept by Jared M. Hebert. Background, many millions of astroseconds ago. I'm a big fan of Super Smash Bros. And I've been trying to get my concept together for the better part of a year, with little to no avail. But I'm also a big fan of the Transformers series franchise for a long time, formally introduced to the series around 2005. And I've been following the series on and off ever since. From the anime and cartoons of the 2000s to the live-action films, Bumblebee's the crowd favorite. Seeking out the shows before my time to see how they'd held up, revisiting the shows I caught up as they'd aired, reading through the Transformers wiki time and time again. Getting to tour Hasbro's World HQ in Pawtucket twice with friends and colleagues during college. And I've been able to interview infamous designer John Warden, General Brand Manager from 2013-14 through July 2020. Really fascinating. All while getting a number of the action figures over time. Current stuff's good, but overpriced. However, one part of the franchise I've never really gotten to interact with, oddly enough, are the video games, but Transformers has an oddly troubled history, more than most. The 8-bit era was either hobbled by region lock, Mystery of Convoy and Remake, or Tech, Commodore 64. The PS2 game for Armada was pretty well received for adapting the story and letting you futz around with all the mini-cons buffs, but it never hit the US, and developer Melbourne House shuttered soon after launch. Platinum's Devastation and the beloved High Moon games, War for Cybertron, Fall of Cybertron, even Rise of the Darkspark and Next Level Games' Cybertron Adventures, all found some success and reviewed them well. But Activision pulled them from digital stores and killed the servers because they didn't renegotiate. Granted, the Microsoft buyout seems to have presented an olive branch, and there might be an ongoing effort to get some remasters off the ground, but still. And I heard Forged to Fight's a solid fighter for mobile, lots of distinct fighters that cover a decent amount of Transformers history, but it got pulled from iOS and Android in favor of Netflix games of all places, with no XP carryover if you had the original release. All Movieverse characters are removed for no discernible reason other than Paramount quirks, and that really sucks. And the rest are just kind of falling somewhere within this vast range of quality or fall into obscurity. Plus, lots of licensed games got big ad budgets but c'est la guerre. Rarely, if ever, letting a good Transformers game set industry precedents. Real shame. Transformers has such a rich lore and history for a great game that can sell. That said, Optimus Prime and Megatron were in DreamWorks' Dream Mix TV Fighters, a Japanese-only Smash-like that was a crossover between Takara, Konami, and Hudson. I remember that. Funny little game. Getting to the points. Today's proposal is for a new Transformers game, specifically a platform fighter, as it's one of the two genres Transformers has yet to have a dedicated title for. Aside from Dream Mix TV Fighters, where only two fighters are Transformers. That in mind, welcome to Transformers Axiom Nexus. Story and premise, nothing heavy, this is meant to be a fun celebration, sorry, read that wrong. Universe Nexus 208.0 Epsilon, home of the transcendent technomorphs, nicknamed the Transtex for short. There's a fighting tournament being hosted in the city of Axiom Nexus, a multiversal hub where any and all manner of multiversal travelers and tourists are welcome to partake in the festivities for this event, or any given day. That is, unless you happen to be in the sights of the treaty known as the Dux No Intruitus, which boils down to no extra universal faction leaders, primes or megatrons, no cosmic MacGuffins, and no solicitors. The Axiom Nexus Tourism Board. This was put into place to prevent any chance of a new conflict, but some couldn't resist a good spar. In turn, hilarity ensues. General goals. Gameplay would have the best bits of Melee, SSB4, and SSB5, while not overcomplicating things. Respect to those who can wave dash or L cancel, but my hands cannot do such things. Some characters have at least one alternate mode, vehicle, beast, etc. Some have just the robot mode. Main fighting game experience is Smash, but that should be able to court the FGC as well, the more the merrier. Show off many facets of Transformers 40+ history, as well as other connected franchises where it's doable. Try to cap myself at 4 characters max per universe, TV, comics, etc., while keeping the faction reps mostly balanced. Try to keep sizes, weight classes, archetypes, etc. in mind with my picks, but not to the detriment of the fun and the funny. Funny is always important. Whoa! Okay. Okay. We got 3 factions here. We got the Autobots and the Maximals. We got the Decepticons and Predacons. And third faction... Faction? Faction. Slash heal, slash face, slash miscellaneous. Alright, we got Optimus Prime. We got Night Screen, Bumblebee, Cliffjumper, Bulkhead, Windblade, Grimlock, Ironhide, RC, Signal Lancer, Push Button, Fix-It, Gridlock, Salvage, Cheetor, Jazz, Orion Pax, Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave, Shockwave, Six-Shot, Lugnut, Ransack, and Crumple Zone. Rigorous. I feel like I'm trying to do the Pokemon rap right now. Rigorous, Ramjet, Bludgeon, Razorclaw, Gnash Teeth, Wespinator, Zerarock, and Scorponok. Strika, Tarantulas, Tartarex, Double Dealer, Mara Alutha, Dr. Muraco, Morbot, Verity Carlo, Sari Sumdak, Sideways, Pharma, Scourge, Detritus, Whizzing Green, Dinobot, Impactor, Cannonball, Landfall, slash Nexus Maximus, Macadam, slash Adaptus, Skybite, and Death's Head. Ah. And you got their, sorry, I should have been reading their, like, what their playstyles are at the same time. I kind of got into the groove there. Bumblebee's the Plumber Show. Oh, Night Scream is like the Charizard. Y'all can read. This is very nicely set up that everybody can just read what these all are. That was fun. Thank you for that. The roster, tidied up, is apparently unfinished. That's okay. Reference images for fighters. We got 2. We got 2 reference images. Stage possibilities. We got the Axiom Nexus, main arena. Think sci-fi King of Fighters. Macadam's old oil house, the tourism board, Primex Cluster, UNG2, Beast Era, and more. The Arc at Mount St. Hilary, Cybertron, and just... Is this actually I? Or has just this not been filled out yet? But regardless, Oryx Cluster, Temple Ruins, Daring Desert, Starship Atlantis. We got the Malgus Cluster, Detroit Space Bridge Network, Griffin Rock, Tatewaki Dojo? I think I'm saying that right. Oh, and this is just... Wait. Is this, Oh god, it's been so long since I've wrote anything for college. Like, citing sources, but it has a name at the end. What's the name of when you do that, when you're writing, like, an English paper, and you have that thing at the end? Where it's like, oh yeah, I got this science paper from here, and this science paper from here, and just all that. I really need to remember what this is called. I'm gonna to start doing this pretty soon. Annotated blog. No, there's like an actual name. Tatewaki. Oh yeah, I was very off for that. Works cited. Yes, thank you. God, that was driving me insane. Thank you. But yeah, that's just the end of the. That's just the end of the thing. Let's spend a little more time here then. Nice, short, and sweet. Like Transformers really is a franchise that you look at that and you just think, wow, I can think of like 17 great games of all sorts of genres that would fit perfectly with this franchise. And it just doesn't get them, which is weird. It's really weird. It has never left the public consciousness. You'd think this would just be slam dunk after slam dunk. You could do individual character action games. You could do an RTS. Oh my god, you could do such a good RTS. You could do a basic racing game. You could do any types of platform fighter. Well, just a traditional fighter or a platform fighter. You could do like a Dissidia kind of deal. But with much wider arenas because you can actually travel around as the vehicles. little hard to imagine the gameplay of a platform fighter with Transformers. Just take a Smash Brothers stage and up the scale of everything. You're not playing on stages, you're playing on buildings. Drop a link. Shit, I forgot the link. Thank you. Boop. 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 There we go. Jump back in. What is an RTS real-time strategy? It's like StarCraft, Age of Empires, that kind of deal. But, like, is this not just... I'd call it a gold mine of unmet potential, but gold doesn't feel valuable enough. This is, like... This is Mithra. What is it that Transformers cores are based off of? What's that material? God, whatever that material is, it's that. There's never been a racing game for Transformers? How? Actually, how? That's so easy. That's just begging to be done. Like, you could do really sick things where you actually have to... Like, you're driving at one point, but then you have to transform and go on foot for a bit. Like, cross, like... Just a traditional, like, let's say Sonic All-Stars thingamabobber, with, like, the one Rayman Arena on foot races kind of deal. God, that could be so cool. Energon Mine, thank you. Everyone helping me with the definitions today. But, like, yes, please. There's so much you can do with and you could have, like, start to dwell on this, but you could have, like, design the racetracks around that, because, like, some Transformers can fly. Some Transformers are just animals that are faster than normal. Some are cars. And you actually design the tracks having certain areas that certain transformations can get through better than others. Just, that's begging to be made into a game. How is that not a game? How? How is it not a game? Rant over. I know it's not done, Jared, but you've already sparked just the creative gears in my head. More so than most do. With just that little pitch right there. Nice little small one to end off. Maybe more like let's call it a teaser for a future project. How about that? We ended off with a teaser for something more in the future. Because I definitely bring that back when it's done. I would love to see the full version. But yeah. Ending off the year with one last peasant's perspective to round things off. Thank you all so much for joining. It's gonna be interesting to see how this series exists along college life for me, but I'm going to do my absolute best to make sure it still continues. Like, in terms of YouTube stuff, this has my highest priority to make sure, like, okay, even if I have to set aside everything else, Peasant's Perspective will still keep going on. Because it's fun to do this. It's nice, it's relaxing, it helps me just get away from the world for a bit and just bask in the creativity of other people, and I truly thank you all for letting me do that. As always, there's always next time. Getting to a nice point where submissions are pretty chill. Most people that submit on any episode get their stuff featured, so even if you've had, like, 2, 3, 4 submissions, keep submitting. There's a good chance that you might still be able to get in. I'll see you guys again in January. Or other times. Like, we're gonna be doing a lot of different things. We've got Design Dorks next month. We've got the XCOM stuff. I can't wait for the XCOM stuff. Regardless,